Guys, look at that orange bar. Look at it. It's almost full. Turn this down a bit. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, guys, what a weekend. Oh my god, it was so wet and cold here. It was terrible. It was terrible. And then on Saturday, it's a holiday. Like, nothing was open. Granted, I didn't really want to go out on Saturday anyway because it was raining and shit. Yeah, hate this time. Hate this time of year. Please turn off this. If you can't tell, I'm AFKing something on the side. A little bit of OSRS. I'll show you guys. So I got a Kraken task. So I'm just AFKing some Kraken. Takes like 3 hours, 4 hours to do this much Kraken, so I'm just gonna... I only have to touch it, you know, like once every couple minutes. Don't have to pay attention. So we're gonna do some more shit today, but first we need to decide what we want to do. I was just looking at this, and I think we did everything here on our next tasks, right? We built the potion panel. We finished the function at least, right? As far as I remember, we finished it. And hovering over effect on potion outcome, UI highlights ingredients that add that effect. We did that on Friday. It shows their tier. I mean, this should be done too. Let's give it a play and let's just see how it feels after the weekend. Okay, everything's working as normal. Our drag is still oddly jumpy. There's nothing really to indicate that you can hover over these, but I don't really mind that yet. I mean, I can always just make them look more like buttons, but... I was never a good UI designer. Anything that requires artistic talent, I can't do. I do like it though. I do like it. I think it's pretty decent. Let's see. The one thing I know we wanted to add, and I think that's what we're gonna do today, and we're gonna have like a bit of a broken up day today, because I think if my friends are still up for it, they're gonna pick me up and take me to some lunch. Hopefully they'll pick me up, otherwise I have to walk there. But then we'll come here right back after, so I'll only be gone like an hour and a half at most. Depends on how much we want to talk. We wanted to add it so that you could hover over these, and there'd be a little pop-up up here with the effects flavor, maybe tags. Maybe it's redundant, but I think it's important to have that just because the moment you put something in the Cauldron, you lose access to that information entirely right now. And I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, not a fan. Also, I want to thank the people that follow while we're offline. Unfortunately, you're not here for me to like thank you and have you hear it. But if you are, either watching the VODs or something like that on YouTube or on Twitch, seriously, thank you for following. It really means a lot. And we're almost, because of you guys, we're almost at affiliate, and we can get some emotes in here. We can do some fun stuff. There's a lot that opens up once we hit those 50 followers. I'm pretty excited. So I want to add a different panel. We can't really add it to this one just because of the way that we present these in the world right now, which is, in 3D space. So we're actually going to have to make another panel and kind of just lay it on the top here. But it should be good. I mean, we already have these boxes here to help with the player moving their ingredients. So I think it'll be okay to put another one here. It'll just kind of complicate the flow of logic between these, which I'm not a huge fan of the logic between these right now. It's really shoddy. It'd be very easy to break. But for a prototype, I think it's okay. It works fine. Okay, let's see then. We should organize these better. That's this widget. Technically the potion panel. Ingredient and ingredient. Potion effect is like more generic, but this for sure should go in there. Oh, also I'm gonna try to get some revision control set up. Probably this week sometime, and that way we aren't afraid of like losing or corrupting something or fucking up a day and not being able to revert it easily. So I'll try to set something up like that. All right, let's go into here. Let's build it in here. User interface, widget blueprint, user widget. Oops. Do WBP. Ingredient. I think I already called one ingredient. It really doesn't. Cauldron ingredient info panel. Kind of a long name, but it is what it is. It's not incorrect. All right, I want to put this above here. Let's open up the alchemy table blueprint. I'm just going to quickly throw a size box and canvas panel on here. I'll just make the size box the first thing. Oh, let me throw a border too. I just want to get the size of this set up properly. You probably only want it to be about... How big is this one? Because we don't want it to be as big as this one. 900 by 500. We could probably do... 7 by 350. We don't want it as prominent, but it's only going to appear as a tooltip when you hover over one of the other things, so it's not really that important. Widget. I don't think it'll have any interactable bit on it. No, I don't think. Cauldron, ingredient info. And this is, our names are really bad. Actually, those aren't that bad. Other ingredient info panel. Obviously not that large. But like to snap, please. We're gonna have a bit of a light week in terms of game dev. Might disappoint some of you. I'm gonna copy that rotational info actually. Because we are going to be playing some of the old school RuneScape new league. Looks pretty exciting. Actually, if I just got the exact positioning of this too, we could put it on this panel and then just drag up. And then I'll essentially just adjust the scale. Should be fine. Oops. Let's adjust it manually. 0.07 maybe? Kind of want it just sitting above. I mean, clipping a little bit is not the end of the world. I kind of want it just above. Granted, the size of it might change. We'll have to see. I think that looks all right. It's a little bit large, isn't it? Let's get the info on it first. I think that's the number one, right? The core number one. Where do I want to copy it? It's more of a horizontal layout, right? Rather than a vertical layout like our other panels. I mean, while we could use the same script for building it, like that we do for this one, for this pop-up, I think we would just adjust the layout, really. So I might just go in and copy this. To start, I might just copy this layout and then just adjust it. Granted, I think we do need to refactor the way that this No, it's fine. It's fine, but yeah, let's copy the layout. Looks about right. Now, for sure, we don't need the ingredient info like this. I don't think. I think that is all not necessary to have, mainly because it doesn't concern the potion immediately. We can delete that. I mean, if I replace this with a vertical box, it should, or a horizontal box, it kind of gives us what we want, or at least the start of what we want. Actually, the size should be fine. I was thinking that the size might increase, but no, we would have a pretty predictable size on this, so I think it'd be okay. What did we set this to? Was that 700 by 350? What? I was thinking we could put flavor beneath, and we should be able to scrunch up some of this information a little bit, and it should be fine. I don't know what you guys think. And then we'll put the tags on the right. I want to wrap this with a vertical box, and then put the flavor box in there. Well, depending on how big it is, we can scrunch some of this up. Hold on a sec. Let's bump down the size of this text. Well, how big is it? We wanted to check. It's a pretty good readability, actually. And I like it being uniform in size here. So I don't know. Spacing could be done a little bit. We bump this down to 50. And then I'll just adjust the size of these a little bit. I think these could be a little bit smaller, right? Like 20. And not be illegible. Or I guess unreadable would be the correct term. We could scrunch these up too. We could put like the word sweetness next to this, bitterness and sourness next to it, and then just make the flavor things smaller. That's how I'm thinking we could then trim up a lot of this extra space here. So we don't need... We can actually just replace this with a horizontal box. We want it to be like that, essentially. And now let's make it look nicer, because it looks like shit right now. Why does it look like shit? That's stretching, but something here is not stretching. Be set to fill. Not that. Not that. Yes, that. Granted, I don't want them to fill necessarily, but probably just stay to the right. Do auto and just move to the right. There we go. That's what I mean. I'm gonna make them a bit smaller though. 500. Because it's just gonna be the scaling, like it's not gonna be the same size, of course, as the others, but it all comes out to the same thing. Just a different scale. I want some space there. Plus we still have the tags that are really coming out of that. We could probably make those even more scrunched up, I think. That's my hot take on that. We could make them be 400 We'll try it. Because the player just kind of at a glance needs to I don't like that. I wish they kind of had some padding on the left. Ten is not enough. I don't, because there's still a line to the left. Hold on. Where's this box? I know why that's happening. Technically, we need to make them fill. At the moment we do that, it's just going halfway into that box. Hold on, guys, I gotta restock on my account over here. I want them centered. The only way to do that, I think, is to do this and then set center justification. Then we'd have to adjust how the size box is going in. Turn it back to auto. Fill, center, justify. That looks better. Still pretty tall, pretty big. Maybe we don't need the section headings, like we can assume that the player kind of understands some of this stuff, right? So I don't know if we need to display the titles of effects and flavor here. Obviously, we can still put some padding there, right? But I'm gonna put padding on the content. This is. Oh no, it is. I want those a little bit out of the sides. That. Then I'll put top and bottom padding on this of 20. A little bit too much. Do 15 and 15. You're padding on the bottom of this? Why is there so much space there? Oh, there's top padding. We can get rid of that. Some leftover. Fill. Fuck, I don't like. This looked fine. I thought that might like even things out, but why is there some overlay there? Weird. I mean, and now that should firmly fit. I don't know if we need as much padding on the left end though. And I think all of these have some form of padding on the left. Didn't they? That one doesn't, but I know for sure that these do. Yeah, that was good. Let me get my diffuser on, hold on. Today, we shall do some sandalwood. That's good. Oil good. Okay. Ooh. Smells tasty. I kind of at least want the... I kind of want to bring the image spacers back. I kind of like those. And there might be enough space for them, providing that we don't do too much padding. Kind of want to bring them back. I don't like how that tags box is there. I guess we can adjust that just by setting these tags to center. Maybe not. There they go. A little bit better. Still like some weird spacing though. Probably increase the size of these back up a little bit. 450 maybe. I think that looks pretty good. Let's cut off a little bit. But we could always just make this panel a little bit smaller too. So I honestly think that's just a bit too much space. Not the most well laid out panel, is it? We could probably make things a bit smaller on that. It is kind of big, isn't it? Lower the size of them a bit, move it down, then we'll have enough space to see all that. We can move this camera, this Cauldron camera, back a little bit too, but I kind of like it here. We can move it back a little bit. Let's move it back just a tad. Just a tad. That works. Looks nice. Okay, now a lot of it's graph here. I didn't cut. Oh yeah, we didn't copy over the build info panel. Maybe we can pretty much just copy this directly, and then just delete the parts we don't need. It's not a particularly complex panel, so should be fine. And all we have to do is just send an ingredient ID to it, which I think we do store now inside this panel. inside the Cauldron ingredients panel, I think we store the ingredients. Yeah, we store the ingredient ID here, so we can do something really easy, and that's just set like an invisible button or something, right, across the whole thing. Same thing we do for the effects, and then just do a hover and unhover to change the visibility of that pop-up panel and build it. So it should be super quick and easy. Number one, let's get the correct. But I'm very curious if I set the visibility of that to. If I set the visibility of this to hidden, it won't appear like that in game, right? Oh no, it will. Okay, so yeah, we can do it all through UMG rather than having to like hide the widget component in the alchemy table BP. So fair enough. So yeah, let's copy this over. I don't know if I can just do that, right? I don't think that's possible. Just paste the function in. Oh no, I can. I can. Okay. I didn't know I could copy and paste functions, but that's nice. Build. We're just gonna call something different. Gonna have a lot of errors, of course, but that's fine. It's because we don't need a good portion of this. Yeah, this is all the display data. None of that's needed for sure. These were for loops for light requirements, seasons, and yeah, yep, those aren't needed either. I think all we needed was this. Oops. It's a little bit loud. Bump it down. Everything else should be named the same, so it shouldn't have any problem getting that. Let's just try setting it up to feed in. So let's go over to our ingredient. Let's readjust this to have a yeah, I'm gonna put a, if we do negative padding on that, I don't know if we could actually get the button around all of it. That's what I was thinking about. It's just like, if we use negative padding on the button to get it up in the corner, I don't think we can do a button that surrounds all of it, because technically it's outside of the bounds. I think I would just wrap it with a button. Personally. We wrap it with a button. We give it no padding. And that will be over the top of it. Or it should be over the top of it. Granted, we can just make everything except the X button not hit testable if we want. Probably the better option. The overlay button. Because they have a higher Z order? That's not hit testable. This set to visible should just be not hit testable. This is fine how it is, and the text is... We change it to visible and collapse, don't we? We want it to be... Why doesn't this appear on top? Oh, duh, it's because overlay is a child of it, so it's appearing inside of it. Oops, dumb. I mean, I could just make the button part of the overlay and just put it at the top. Or at least below remove. And then make the icon not hit testable. Just how it is. Let's try that. Let's replace with child. It disappeared completely. That. We'll put the button here. Make it fill. Because like the text can't should be above it. Not above it. What was it, the reverse order? Okay, it might be the reverse order. That's fine. Yeah, because the text won't appear when the player's on this panel, because it only shows up when they're on the other panel. So there won't be any like overlap or issue there. The overlay button. It says visible, has no padding. Hey Cuthbert, how you doing? How was your weekend? Draws none, hover, draws none, press, tries. We can test if that's working pretty easily. Unreleased. Printillo. Today mostly lurk because I need to get shit done and work. Well, think a lot as I'm doing something I never had done before. Oops. Oh, challenging, right? Weekend was kind of okay. It's kind of shit weather this weekend, wasn't it? I didn't get out. I kind of wanted to go out, but it was like, well, rainy and cold. I have food, so fuck it. 12 to 15 hours per weekend day. You know, I mean, it is fucked up. I mean, you're getting like good sleep during the weekdays, right? It's not like you're just catching up on sleep or something. I mean, Agnes kind of has similar problems where she sleeps a lot. I really just need my 7 to 8 hours and I'm okay. Going to sleep 2 a.m. Could be something like hormonal. I mean, also there's medication that can do shit like that to you. There's a lot of things that can fuck up sleep. I think I have some light form of insomnia. I roll around all the fucking time. I probably, you know, move around 24 times every night. Oh, with my stomach? Like stomach pain? That might be why you might. I don't know if you're like waking up and moving around a lot, then you could have insomnia or something too. Like it's possible if you know like melatonin, the medicine. If you like are moving around a lot and it's fucking up your sleep, maybe taking some like melatonin you could you could take a digestive system. Sleep problems suck. That's for sure. Diagnose one potential causation. What is that? Don't need this open. Don't need this open. This is okay. We were addressing this. We wanted to test it. Intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Oh. I think that's working. Yeah, it's working. What does it do to you that it fucks up your sleep? I bloat. I bloat a lot too, but I think it's just because I have a really acidic diet. I have a really, really acidic diet. It's probably not good for my stomach to be doing it, but if I can drink Pepsi all day and then I eat spicy foods and terrible. I get that sometimes when walking home and it hurts like fucking hell. And like all I could do is just like lay on my side and just wait for it to go away. There's nothing I can eat, there's nothing I can do to address it. I think it makes me have to urinate a lot too. But again, that's also because I drink like a lot of caffeine and like, ugh. Oh geez. And there's no medicines you can take for it? That sounds terrible. Does like diet help at all? Or like foods you should avoid? Wipe out bacteria. What like antibacterial can you take? I know like there's some antimicrobial stuff with antibiotic. Makes sense. But you can't take those for too long because then that could fuck up your immune system. And you get resistant to them, so you can only take them like, you have to take them on and off like for 2 weeks, and then you have to take a 2-week break, and then 2 weeks again. Yeah, unfortunately antibiotics are not a long-term solution. Yeah, and they don't know what's causing it at all. Sorry. I hope that's not too loud when I do that. Unhovered and unhovered. One of these. We have the alchemy table reference, which means we should be able to get a reference to the pop-up. Because we can get the Cauldron ingredient info panel. Parasite infected and either cough SIBO-GAN before dying, or I have some additional food allergy. Huh. Maybe it's a food allergy. Just something like really common that's in a lot of the foods you eat. I've been thinking I might have some kind of food allergy too. Because I get a lot of like phlegm. And I think it kind of, it acts in a similar way to acid reflux. But again, I have a really acidic diet, so it could be. And I'm trying to figure out like what is causing it. What's my trigger foods? What stage of that are you on? Last part. Well, at least it's the last part, right? But how do they fix the parasite? Oh, you have SIBO no parasite. Okay. You just don't know what's causing it because you got rid of the parasite, of course, but you don't know what's causing the issue still. Because it could be any number of things. Function. I think we'll just get a ref. Get ingredient. Alternate ingredient info. Damn, so it causes a fucking permanent bullshit. Oh, it's easy to cure? Like permanently? Get widget. Cast Cauldron ingredients. Info panel. Yeah, this one. Oh, okay, so it happens like that. But it doesn't happen every day, right? Or does it happen like every day, essentially? Now you're getting me scared because I bloat. often. It's really annoying, quite painful. Yeah, I should be. Man, there's a lot of me that should be healthy, but my family medical history is, it doesn't look good for me. My family medical history essentially tells me I'm going to get diabetes and die. No, I get you. I get what you're saying. We should be healthy. I don't know what your family medical history looks like, but I'll tell you what, mine tells me I'm going to die of lots of things. And I'm lucky to not even have any symptoms of diabetes yet, that's for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I might go to the gym or something soon to fight diabetes. Just pull out a gun, you're American, and just shoot the diabetes. Hey, I don't eat too many sweets. I mean, I have like the occasional like hot chocolate and stuff, but I don't eat I don't eat a very sugar-full diet. And I'm thinking of going to a dietitian and getting like a diet plan, and just doing some training with a trainer to teach me. There are some sports with guns, it's true. And doing some training with like a trainer so that he can like tell me how to keep myself in shape and things I can do at home, and also like what foods might affect me more, because my family also has problems with metabolism and hormone imbalance. So like pretty much every woman in my family struggles with obesity because of hormonal issues, and pretty much every man in my family on both sides struggles with diabetes and weight. My brother got diabetes when he was a teenager, type 1. So it's like, because type 2, you have to augment your body, I believe, with additional insulin. Type 1 is that your body completely kills the pancreas or something, and you don't produce insulin at all. It's bad. It's bad. My family medical history is not good. So I try to keep my weight under control. It's not the greatest right now, and just get in shape and do some shit right. I don't know anything too deep about this stuff. All I know is that my family medical history is ass. Immunosystem problems, blood problems, heart problems, diabetes, obesity, all these things. It isn't great. Ingredient info panel, build ingredient tooltip. We also need functions or events to. We could just put it. Wait. Well, on hover for sure, we want to build the ingredient tooltip. Shove in the ingredient ID. I used to be a lot. I used to be pretty overweight after some nasty sports injuries because I was pretty active as a kid. Then I got injuries. I couldn't play anymore. Was on the same diet, gained a lot of weight, and I lost a lot of weight. So at that time, I pretty much cut out most candy that I eat for my life, and I only drink, you know, non-sugared drinks and sodas and stuff. Like I said, I do occasionally get some sugar with like fruit juices and chocolate, but I drink those in moderation, and I understand the calories behind them when I do it. So, you know, and fruit juices are certainly more healthy if you frequently drink that than like hot chocolate, right? So. Unhovered. We want almost like just a function to hide and unhide. Let's just make a function to hide and unhide the toggle widget ability. Input boolean b is full. I know there's already is visible. No, I didn't capitalize the I. Overweight yourself. This is due to overworking and substituting sleep with sugar. I manage stress and anxiety by drinking and overeating. That's a terrible, terrible habit. Fucking horrible habit. Can I change? You too? Dude, it's so bad. So bad. Like, think, okay, I'm gonna relax this weekend. I got a bottle of Johnny Eds. I'm just gonna have some tonight. Like, oh, well, I drink some. It's like, well, now I'm hungry. Well, I got some nice cheese because I'm trying to just stay happy, and cheese is tasty. I like cheese. It's like, oh, but I have some crackers too, and cheese and crackers go so great together. So I just have those. And before you realize it, you've had half a bottle of wine, some cheese, and some crackers, and when you add it all up, it's like 800 to 1,000 calories, probably closer to 1,000 calories. Which is way too much for a meal that's like that. It's terrible, terrible portion size. What do I hear? Oh, that's right. Visibility is an enum. Okay, we'll just do a select then. Is visible, false, okay. Hidden, true. Fine, that's fine. What the fuck is that sound? I don't think you guys can hear it. Somebody's just drilling something. Okay, here we can set visibility. Yeah, the microphone shouldn't pick it up. I get really easily triggered by sounds. I mean, don't get me wrong, working here is much better than at home for sounds and distractions. But occasionally you still get that shit, right? So, oops. I mean, I think this should do it. I'm not crazy, right? It can still show up here, which I'm not really against. I mean, also it's working. Yeah, I'm not against it showing up in this. It's a little hard to see, especially if you're like watching on stream. But the important thing is that it's not frustrating now. Like the player, no matter what, even if they put something in the Cauldron, they can remind themselves of what they've put in, which is important. So it's not the cleanest, but it's also not frustrating, which is super important for the prototype. Okay, it's so much fun to play with these cubes. I like it. That was pretty much what we wanted to do. I wanted to do that on Friday, but we didn't have enough time because I knew I would need like an hour or something to do it. Is that really fully sour? Oh yeah. I mean, now that I think about it though, I kind of do want the name of the ingredient to be shown on this panel. At the very least, the name. It's just not enough space. Not enough space. I don't want to move the camera back again. Let's just adjust the size of this panel a little bit. Then we can move it down a little bit more. We can fit the name. That should be good. Is it this one? Oh, column 1, 2. How do we get this to show up properly? This is the right panel, isn't it? I thought we did something to change the alignment of the icons. I'm second guessing myself. Never miss a stream again. I mean, admittedly, Moobot, I know you're a bot, but I'm going to talk to you like you're a person. Admittedly, Moobot, there are some streams that we did not put on YouTube. So, I still have the recordings, though. I mean, I'm going to have to clean off that drive eventually, but it's just a 1 terabyte recording drive. So it should be able to handle a pretty decent number of our streams before I have to clean it. But I mean, 1 terabyte, like, because it's just a 1 terabyte 2.5-inch hard drive, so it's pretty cheap. If I want to like take it out and like it's in a separate enclosure, so I can just take out the drive in there, put a different one in, and archive the old drive if I want. I shouldn't do that, but I also don't have time to go back and do some editing of them, and I don't want to have to download the YouTube video and then edit and then, you know, do it that way. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I had to do that, though, so. We can if we need to. Yeah, how do we manage the... Oh, that's right, because we got so frustrated, we just created a... We got so frustrated, we created 2 arrays and just got the row and column from it. Well, you know, to be honest, looking back on that now, this is a good solution. This would have saved us so much time if we had just done this in the first place. Fucking funny though. And that's why this looks the way it does. Okay, I just want to, I don't want to fuck around with this anyway. What I just want to do is adjust the height and width of the slot. Can we though? We didn't even give it a minimum desired. We can then just make this border smaller, right? Then a size box. We just make the size box. Height 400. A little much, I think. It's a little too close for comfort. But it's also because we put a shit ton of padding on this. I don't think we need that much padding. 220. Okay, I see why we did that much padding. 30. You know, it says it's filling, but it's not. Like those children are not on the bottom. Because they're defaulting. Noxious. I swear like 90% of building new widgets is just fucking around with padding, alignment, anchoring, justification. I mean, it's necessary work, right? Like you need it to look good, but it's annoying. I mean, we can make these icons a little bit smaller because I think that we are basing the size of this right now on the icon size. And I think if we just lowered the size of this a little bit to like 128, not that much. I think we could then justify decreasing the size of the box a little bit. It's not perfect, but I think it'll work. We only need enough space to get the name in. Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. Then we can move this down. All right, let's throw a text box up here. I'm actually gonna put 2 text boxes in a vertical panel, or I'm sorry, a horizontal panel. I was thinking over the weekend too how I could fix these alerts that you guys can't hear, but I can, or vice versa. And I was thinking of if I just had OBS open on this computer, my work computer, and I fed that browser source in, as long as I could make it so that I could hear it, you guys would then hear it too. Which should be pretty easy to do. That's my thinking, at least. It's not like the most ideal solution, especially because then I have to have another program open on this computer that I would prefer to have, you know, kind of streamlined, but at least for now it would function until I fix the issue. Text. This is on the left. We're gonna fill left align, fill right align. Put another spacer here too. Duplicate. BT ingredient name. The ingredient types. We need these both to be variables. We have its visibility being set to self here. We could probably actually remove that because we handle visibility through the other function. Okay, we can break this. Break struct. Can I actually, I'm just gonna grab the, not here. Where's the pop-up? Probably just grab this. Nah, we'll just do it fresh. Fine. It's a small enough amount of shit anyway, so. Name ID. What was the function? Oh, get string. Where did I store that? You guys remember? Get string. What can be function? Oh, it's my universal function library. Okay, get ingredient name. Set text. I don't think we care about Latin name, description, icon. No, none of that. But we do want to then break type state. We need to get these both to string, enum to string. Text. Should handle it, although I'm kind of not a huge fan of the just how far off they are. I kind of want to put padding on each side, personally, or just a padding on the box would be better on the left and right. Yeah, we gotta move it up a bit. Looks good though. I think it looks pretty good. Just move it up. Oh. Being cut off? Yes, it is being cut off. Damn you. Camera switch, yeah, please zoom in. I want to do something that I think will be pretty easy because of the way that we set up the Cauldron. The refactoring, I think, of the trace and camera states was a very good move. I think it'll make this a lot easier. I want to print, however, the trace state just to see. Yeah, it should make this possible. We switch on the trace state to get Cauldron. Then I'm gonna do a switch on camera. Alchemy camera state. We're gonna do this. And I think that'll work. Oh wait, we need to get the current state. Hold on. Alchemy cameras. This should allow the player to right click on the Cauldron while they're in the Cauldron state to go back. They can kind of do everything they need without having to click the big red X if they want. They can still drag shit, you know, if it's there, right? Yeah, that's smooth. That's nice. That really works well. I mean, I kind of wish it was maybe like click anywhere, right click anywhere. Which we could do. Mainly because when we're in that camera state, we don't really care. I mean, of course, the only thing we don't allow is, oh no, we do allow the right clicking on that. We could refactor the right click a little bit. That might be, I think that's something that would be pretty easy to do. Mainly because it's just refactoring when we check certain things and what we're checking.
You are a function of this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing...
Yeah, and rather than doing the switch here, we can just check whether the player is in that state and if they've right clicked. And as long as it isn't on an ingredient, we can back out. So hold on, let's get rid of this. Let's put this back. Switch on state. The only one would be idle. If the player is idle, then we can switch on state. Alchemy camera state. Let me like move this shit around a bit. We have a lot. We have a lot of shit. This is really bad, guys. This. Every time I make something new in here, I keep saying we need to fucking organize it. Putting comments is not the only organization we can or should be doing. Realistically, I should be making multiple event graphs or putting some of these into functions to drop them down a bit. Okay, on idle, if the player is in the Cauldron state and right clicks, we can just switch camera. Because we already have something for if the player is hovering ingredient, right? We already handle that shit. What was that called? It was just switch camera, right? The event? Yeah, switch camera. Switch to normal. I don't want to do one while you're in the normal mode, and if you right click from that, it backs out, mainly because I think it would be easy to misclick off of an ingredient, and I don't want that to send you out of the table completely, personally. Right click anywhere, right click anywhere. You back out of Cauldron cam. Yeah, really, it's like we should be putting like maybe the tick trace and click and drag into one. Functions surrounding inputs in one. I'm right, stuff in one. I don't know if we need the old tick trace logic. That was just for reference. It was really, really messy. The new tick trace logic is so nice. So much nicer. It's going to be really flexible to deal with stuff like that. Okay, so now the player should be able to click essentially anywhere on the in Cauldron cam to back out. But if they click on an ingredient, of course, it keeps that. It prefers that. Oh my god, dude. Words on Monday, holy shit. I could make it too where if the player right clicks from here, they back out automatically. That would be nice. That'd be nice functionality. Can we do that? We don't have a trace state, so we need to get the camera state. The camera state is ingredient. So I think I could actually just do this. Oh no, we can't. We can't do that because... No, we can. Because in our camera switching logic, we already test if the last known camera was the Cauldron. So if I hook this up, it should work exactly the same as pressing the X button. Oh, it's not working. Do we disable input completely to the table when we go into here? I know we have that button, but it's maybe consuming input? Hold on, let me check. Let me check. It's not firing at all. Maybe we remove that input action. A widget in right. That shouldn't matter. I gotta clear these, hold on. Ingredient, last camera state. We close the tick gate. But the right click isn't a tick trace. We remove the mapping context for alchemy table. Is probably the issue. There are options? Yeah, we remove this completely, which removes the zoom and the click. I almost feel like we need to separate the zoom and the click into two separate mapping contexts. Which I know sounds kind of weird. No, let's not bother with it for now. It's a small quality of life, but the amount of work needed to add it would be too much for now. It's not causing frustration, it would just make it a little bit nicer. And I don't think it's a worthwhile investment, the time to fuck around with that. Okay, I mean this kind of wraps up this aspect of it, and there aren't any bugs that I can see. You know, we tested the math of all this on a Friday. It was annoying, but we did it. This is working exactly how it should. Couldn't be happier with that. I think it's time to start adding in some other feature. Really? I don't think it would be like more advanced potion making functionalities like stirring or whatever. Right now we don't have anything we can use the potions for. We don't have an inventory system or anything, so we've kind of just made the basis of our alchemy now. Like, we could change the effects that are here. We could modify how flavor works, things like that. But the core of this won't change. Unless we need to iterate or change it in some way like that. But for the most part, this is exactly what we want. This is a flexible system. It can be made a little bit more pretty, of course. For me, it would be really awesome if we could perform certain state changes to the ingredients while on this table. Meaning, I would really like to be able to cut up the ingredients while they're on the table. And for right now, I think that would just take the shape of us putting it in some location and just clicking a button and it, turning it from mint to mint chopped. To me, I think that'd be pretty nice. There are some things like fermenting that I don't think we could do on this table specifically. I also don't know how many state changes we want. For me, the importance of the state change from a design perspective. Iron, you madman. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna back up a bit, because maybe I can explain it to you guys, and you guys can tell me what you guys think of this. So we added this little pop-up tooltip that shows you what you've added to the ingredient. That way, you have some nice quality of life. You always know what's being added. And on Friday, if you weren't here, we allowed you to hover over the effects, and you could see which tiers were being added by which ingredients. So that's very useful. My current thought process is that it would be really cool if you could chop up the ingredients, if you could mash them while on the table itself. You didn't have to, back out and go to some other table to do that shit to your ingredients. And for me, from a design perspective, it's very important that when you change the state of ingredient, like chopping it, mashing it, fermenting it, drying it, whatever, that it provides you with a predictable result. That it shouldn't just randomly do something. Maybe fermenting things will enhance the poisonous or negative effects of that ingredient more. And so you can reliably, if you're making a poison or you're making a potion with ingredients that have poisonous properties, you'll know what you should do or not do in order to make certain effects more potent. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Love you guys so much. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta fix a bug. One bug, we have a bug. Bug found. If you are in the Cauldron, and you right click on a Cauldron, 4 away from that 50 mark. Dude, we are so close. We are so close to affiliate. I really like too that it's a permanent unlock. So, and I think we have all the other aspects of it too. Let me pull up my dashboard and we'll check. It says here that I need 6 more. I don't really understand what it's calculating on, but we have the other bits. Pretty good. Especially our stream hours per month. We have no problems with that. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good. We'll get more average viewers, I think. Yeah, exactly. Stream more. We'll get more viewers once this actually starts looking like more than just a prototype. So I'm pretty forgiving right now of where my metrics are. Once we start actually like building out a world and we have something beautiful to look at and something more than just colorful cubes, this is gonna look. This will really be interesting. Because our goal is really to have like, you know, Ghibli-esque fantasy world art, right? I think I have a mood board somewhere with some art that I picked up. I can show you guys if you want me to show you that. Because I think that the visuals of this game are really important and it hasn't really been communicated to the stream too much. Bug fix. I got a bug fix. Not get distracted. Bug fix. Okay. The issue is with this. Shit. Where is it? Ah, it's here. Here. What were you playing today on stream? Playing some Nekopara, some hentai games. That should fix the problem. For idle or hovering cauldron, hovering ingredient fine. Yeah, those are the only 2 states that we need to right click out of. Switch camera cauldron, switch camera state. We need to do that. Can't do that there. We have to do it. Oh wait, we have to do this. On alchemy camera state, if normal, switch that. We just had this logic hooked up and working, and now I can't remember what I did to make it work well. That works. That works. That's good. That's good stuff. Yeah, I think like to me, like an alchemist would have the ability to, while on this table, you know, they can chop up their ingredients, they can grind them, they can, you know, mash them up in some ways, right? To me, that's what should be on here. But things like fermenting, it's not like you can put something in a fermenter for a few seconds and it's done, right? So that might have to be like some separate machine or something that you're doing to it. But at the very least for the prototype, it would be great to have it here so that you can modify the state of ingredients in real time. It's going to be a very, very busy table. I can already see it. It's going to be it's going to be a mini game. It's going to be a mini game. It is. It's how it should be treated. That this is itself a game that you want to play within Cauldron Chronicles, and there's a lot to do. There's a lot of depth, but it should be simple to understand, right? And I think that it is. Mix ingredients, get result. And you have flexibility. You aren't going to make permanent mistakes necessarily with this. How in depth will be this alchemy part? It's hard to describe, like on a scale of the depth, right? But I mean, you have a lot of moving parts to the alchemy. You can change the state of an ingredient, which changes its flavor and effects. You need to be going for something specific, right? So it's very open-ended. You can mix anything you want with this, right? You can mix essentially whatever. Thank you, Datu Campulon. Dude, I'm gonna be one of those streamers that just can't pronounce people's names, so I apologize. Thank you so much for the follow. Let me get back to what I was talking about. It's very open-ended. It's like you have to talk to the NPCs to see what they want. Just go by Datu. Okay, perfectly. They may want a potion that does certain things. They may want multiple potions. It's like you don't know what they need until you talk to them, and there's no obvious pop-up helper like, oh, person has just walked in, 0 out of 1 potions provided. It's very much going to be, if you don't listen, if you don't pay attention to their needs, you could miss out on something that might help them. And they're flexible. If you offer them potions that, in the data that I design will suit different needs and kind of fulfill their expectations, if you just don't do that, then you're not going to have a higher score or outcome of how that's going. So the depth really is just how deep do you want it to be? How deep are the potions going to be? And of course, you can use the potions yourself in the open world. If you want to make a poison that you can throw at enemies, do you want to make a potion that you can drink to buff yourself? Do you need to get through some obstacle like some rubble or some overgrown vines? How do you deal with that with the different effects that you have? Obviously, certain things like a mana debuff isn't going to negatively impact the effects of a potion that you throw at vines to get rid of them. So it doesn't matter if you have that, and of course the flavor doesn't matter in that case either. So there's a lot of variables that go in, but it really just depends on context. Who or what are you making this potion for? Does this person or does this need have any effect on the flavor? And are certain tags are mostly just there for you to say, okay, it has this and this and this. Again, that might not be used, or it might just be something that we don't show and we use for calculations, but we have it there. We have it there just in case. But it should itself be, going back to how in-depth will this alchemy part be, it should be itself a very closed loop minigame where you have a need that you're going into, you experiment, you try different things, you create what you need. And then you back out and, kind of you're done with the minigame until you go up to it and want to interact again. You might have, your ingredient shelf over here. You can go up, you can grab ingredients, or you can, press a button and it will add it to the table. That would be really nice, quality of life. That would be really nice quality of life. You might have like some vats where you're fermenting things. You might have your farm out here where you're growing some ingredients yourself. Maybe it's winter time and you have a little greenhouse where you're growing things. So yeah, that's how I see it. Probably not the greatest explanation, but hopefully it did it. I don't know if there are any lurkers over from Lyron Stream that have any questions about what Cauldron Chronicles is or it's going to be. Now's a good moment. I'm kind of in between what I'm working on, so if you have any questions, I would love to answer. So class, any questions on this math? Silence. Nobody cares about math. Nobody cares about math class until you get a job that needs math, and then you're like, shit, I should have paid more attention to math class. Okay, how do I see this work? We need to kind of like think of what state changes we want. Like what could be the uses of changing different states? And by states, I don't mean like geographical or shit like that, but more you pick up a mushroom, what can you do with mushroom? You can grind it with a mortar and pestle, you can chop it up, you can crush it, you can cook it, you can ferment it. And I want all of these to do something that is kind of anime Ghibli style alchemy table and other alchemy tools. How will we gather alchemy ingredients? You gather alchemy ingredients by going out into the world and collecting them, because it's an open world game. There are seasons, so some things grow during different seasons. Some things will only grow in certain biomes. Some things will only grow in certain amounts of sunlight. So you're not going to find a mushroom probably just out in the middle of a field. You might find it more close to darker, damper places like some fallen logs, or in a forest with a lot of shade, or nearby cave entrances or in caves. You can also get ingredients by trading with merchants that come and visit, so they might have some rarer ingredients that you need. And of course, you can also grow your own ingredients. So when you collect ingredients, I imagine that there will be a small chance to obtain the seeds, or there will be some way to obtain the spores or seeds or whatever from the flora that you can grow, and you'll be able to have a little greenhouse or area in your alchemy hut where you can grow ingredients as well. And then of course you can collect ingredients from fauna, from like things like monsters or the occasional critter that comes by. And not every ingredient you can change the state to every type, right? Like an animal bone is probably not the greatest thing to ferment. It doesn't really do anything. But you can crush it, you can, do things like that. So some ingredients you just kind of have to work with what you got. Make the most of your world, right? What potions do you make? That's a good question. You can make potions that have a combination of positive or negative effects. It's very free form in the way that you want to make it, and of course, like I mentioned before, a lot of it depends on context. So there might be cases where an adventurer is about to go to, a ruin with some undead enemies. You can make a potion that grants them protection from magic, or, fortifies their armor in some way. You can make something that heals them as well, like healing for adventurers, or maybe you love potion or deadly position for exactly deadly poison. Yeah, absolutely. There might be some shady guy that comes by and asks for poison, can't give you any details, just wants the strongest poison you can make that doesn't taste like anything. Because remember, flavor matters here. You obviously don't want a poison that is very obvious in flavor, so having a more neutral flavor is more beneficial, and they're more likely to pay you. And of course, because our game will have consequences for the potions or poisons or whatever medicines that you provide to the NPCs, if you do give this guy a poison that tastes like something, it's pretty likely that he'll be found out, and his assassination or something will fail. And he might come back mad, and he might not give you anything in return, or he might have gotten killed and he'll never be seen again. And you might hear about that assassination attempt from another NPC that comes by. That's easy to design and to develop. Just tags of choices during the story. So, the story that you are building is one where you are a secondary actor to it. You aren't the one administering the poison. You aren't the one fighting the enemies in these ruins with a sword. You are the one who is providing the potions and the poisons and other things to these people who are then changing the world around you. Any city or of your shop in woods, you just see merchants. You can't see the cities, you can't go to the cities, you are like really isolated, right? If I can draw it out here. These are good questions, by the way. Thank you, Casper. You have like a big city over here, big city over here. Think of this as like a huge distance, like on horse, on like horseback or through a carriage, it would take, a couple weeks maybe to go from city to city. There's a lot of space. Your hut is nestled, along this road, kind of in the middle of it. Your hut's kind of in here. So people, can come to this crossroads and they can see, oh, there's a alchemist hut here, right? And you have your hut. I wouldn't necessarily call it a shop, because it's not a shopkeeping game. It is very much a, think of a business where you go up and there's just a counter. And that's really how this is. You don't put necessarily anything to openly sell. You deal with clients who have specific needs. But it'd be like influence system, where your action, overselling poison, change number of merchant that are interested in buying poisons. I hadn't thought about it. I don't think it's impossible. But I'm not sure yet if it's something we would want to do for this game. So that's just something that I would have to think about. It's like being Hag Simulator, but without Hag and any children. In a way, because you're explorable. Maybe I can show in like the purple. The explorable part of the world that I want for the player could roughly be seen in like this kind of radius, right? You can't get to the cities. They're too far away. And you can even imagine that there's more distance between it, right? You can see them in the distance maybe, or you just see like an endless amount of, rolling fields or something, or forests and whatnot. But you can explore in this hut, and there's plenty of different biomes around here. It's gonna be big, but not too big. Think of like Witness, maybe like the Witness-sized island, but kind of like 2 to 3 times that, because that was more about puzzle density, and this is just gonna be about creating some beautiful vistas here and there, drawing a lot on natural inspirations of, interesting biomes and natural made structures. Getting people closer to the nature aspect of it. So a lot of people might just filter by, on the road, but the ones who come in are people who either want to sell something to you or they want something from you. And this goes on. It's very infrequent that somebody comes to your hut, mainly because not everybody needs an alchemist or herbalist on their way between cities or between villages. But the ones that do occasionally filter in, maybe once every couple days of in-game time. And you'll talk to them, you'll help them. Maybe they'll return in the future, maybe not. It just depends on how you help them or refuse to help them. And it's not going to be obvious. It's not going to be like, quest updated or journal. I mean, maybe there's a journal of just, I helped this person on this day. Here's what I provided them. And maybe they never return, but that journal entry doesn't get updated. But there's nothing saying that they're going to come back or they're not. They might say, "Oh, I'll come back," and they never do. And you learn later that maybe the potion you provided them wasn't enough, and they died. Of course, you can play the game again, and you can try to provide something better or something different, and perhaps they might stay alive, and they might be a frequent customer. They'll come back. It's just, there's a lot of possibilities here. A different playthrough each time, depending on what you do. A lot to explore. That's the way I see it, at least. Very ambitious. Let's just write down all the state changes we think we could do to an ingredient. And then we can narrow down some examples of ones that we could do this with, or how it might change the ingredient. So we can cut. We can, I think of grinding, mashing. They're all kind of the same action, right? It's weird. To me that would be. I wonder how open we could make this system. The core parts of this that I think for the state changes, like the design. Let's write down some design goals here, because I think that's really important. Should always have design goals, right? What do you actually want the system to accomplish? Because then you can say, okay, does our design up here accomplish what we set out to do down here? Design goals, I would say, semi-predictability. What I mean by that is that when changing the state, when changing between states of an ingredient, the player should have some idea of what is going to happen if they do it. And that goes for both flavor and effect. Yeah. So, if the player is told either through some tutorial or through just testing things out that fermenting generally strengthens the quality of poisons and weakens the effect of healing, that should be the case for everything that you can ferment. Because like we talked about, you can't really ferment a fucking bone of an animal. I mean, maybe you can. I'm just using an example. There are going to be some ingredients that they don't ferment. And it should be predictable in a way that they don't know how much it's going to change it, but they know that if they do this, it's going to strengthen or weaken the results that they want or don't want. But in the same way, they should know that it's going to affect the flavor. And there need to be ways to counteract this, right? So if you are trying to make something that's sweet, maybe it's meant for children, right? And children don't want to drink something really bitter and sour, especially if it's medicine, because they might spit it out or they might throw up. But if it's a little bit sweeter, or even if it's more neutral in flavor, it's more desirable. So you need ways to counteract that. Maybe by adding, just sugar, some flavor changers that can get you to the state that you need. It's the same thing with like cough medicine, right? Cough medicine tastes like ass to some people. I actually kind of like it. But, they put in artificial flavorings, they make it sweeter just so that it's easier to swallow. Same thing for like medicine for like an upset stomach. They don't want it to be something that is physically repulsive to eat. It shouldn't make you want to throw up. So by having semi-predictability in the state changes, both for flavor and effect, I think that it allows the player to actually feel like they're learning and they're applying past knowledge to become a better potioneer, to become a better alchemist. That's my feelings, at least. I think state changes should also be believability. And that plays into immersion, right? Not necessarily realistic, but believable. So in this case, the believability means that the player needs to believe that the state changes they're making are possible to do on that ingredient. Like, it's not like hanging up a bone to dry is gonna do much. I mean, it gets rid of like the blood and stuff in some of the, but it's like, it's not really believable that would be a likely state change. So state changes they just need to be logical. That's really it. I think variety is important too. Not every ingredient needs to have state changes, or all of them. Maybe just none of the ingredient state changes make sense for an ingredient. It doesn't need to have it, but it can. And it doesn't need to have all of them. I think it's more interesting to know that certain things you can't really do much with and other ones you can do a lot with. Maybe there is something that has good poisonous qualities, you'd like to bring them out more, but there's nothing really that you can do to enhance that. Or it has good poisonous effects, but it also has healing effects. And you can't really take away those. They're just kind of innately there in that ingredient, and you have to work around it. Maybe you need to add ingredients that don't have similar mixes of effects, and that way you can create a poison without healing effects, or you can create a healing potion without the poison effects, right? I also think that they need to be quick to perform. Of course, fermenting something can take in real life days to months, depending on how much you want to ferment it, or even longer, years. Some things are fermented for years. I think that they should be rather quick to do in our game. I'm okay with something like fermenting taking, let's say, just as a rough estimate, a rough range, 6 to 24 hours of in-game time. And that depends on how, what's our time scale, because we don't know that yet. But other things like, cutting it or grinding it should just be rather quick actions. Quick to perform. Depends on state change. But actions should yield results rather quickly. And this is because you don't want to have a minigame like this where there's just a lot of waiting. No player really likes waiting, and while it's okay in some aspects where it's believable, even if it happens too frequently, the player is then just playing a waiting game, right? Click thing, wait for it to happen, click thing, and it's like the clicks take half a second to do, but then the waiting is 10 seconds. So now it's just there's no fucking no fun in that. It's like games with really long pickup animations. Like you run up to ingredient and you press the button and then you have to wait for the animation. It's like, Jesus Christ. Just make it instant or make it flow with the animation of moving. I think for the most part, Japanese games are pretty good at this. The Japanese designers have really, really nailed down certain quality of life features like that. Western developers, hit or miss. But ideally, I'd like things like pickup animations to be like either toggleable if you want something that's short and sweet, or if you want no pickup animations at all. Just make it a player option. It's not difficult to do. It's like you're turning on or off an animation. That's not difficult to create. That's just a user experience thing that a lot of designers don't think about sometimes. Or they don't have enough time to do it, but I will make sure we have enough time to do it. Because I just won't set a release date until I'm happy. Simple as that. Easy game. Okay, let's actually write down what state change we want. Okay, so you can cut. We can always have more, right? Like we can condense it later, but this will at least give us a good idea of what we want to achieve. And like I mentioned at the start, what way will this change the ingredient? And we can be very vague right now. We can say that, okay, drying it probably takes away some of its flavoring, because there's a lot of flavoring in the well, it could make it more intense, but you know what I mean. I think actually like mashing, like grinding something in a mortar and pestle would bring out its flavor a lot. Like grinding to powder. We don't have to keep it one word for now. We just want to be more like actually specific on what we're doing. Grinding to powder, we could say crushing, fermenting, drying, cooking. You can place it above a fire for a little bit or something and cook it. Obviously, there's normal. We can't really go back from that, right? Like, I'd see that. Let's put that in a design goal too. State changes are. I don't know if there's any case where it wouldn't be, but state changes are permanent. Ingredients are found naturally in their base state, can only change state once. Depending on how it's implemented, that wouldn't actually be a cut and dry requirement. The reason I'm doing it is because I think it just makes it's cutting down complexity to increase the user experience of being predictable. Not all complexity is good, and I think allowing the player to endlessly screw with an ingredient is not only a nightmare to design, but can you imagine imagine if we had a wiki for this game and people have to try and put information like that in there? Trust me, if it's hard to look up and understand the information on that kind of wiki site, where this game will absolutely have a wiki that people use, because not everybody wants to discover on their own, right? Understandable. Not everybody has the time or desire for that. We want to ensure that that information too is going to be easy to document. So it's easier to design, easier to document, easier to understand. The player realizes that when they pick a mushroom, it's always normal. And then they have one chance to change that, right? And we can always make it so that when they are, ingredients are in clusters, maybe, right? When you pick like a cluster of lavender, you're getting like 2 to 3 of them at a time. So you have some room to play with. The whole game shouldn't just be picking ingredients. There's a lot to this game, and I think one aspect of it is picking ingredients. But I want to save enough time for the other activities as well. Because what is the number one most important resource to a player? Their time. That's a good design tip. Players don't mind paying if they feel like the value is good, and a lot of value is determined based on quality of experience, which is kind of a way to describe how they felt during a period of time. You can purchase a game that's 1 hour long, but if the quality is just exceptional, ridiculously amazing, something you've never experienced before in that 1 hour, you're not going to complain that you spent maybe $5-10 on it. You might say it's a little pricey, but this is an unforgettable, once in a lifetime genre defining experience. And you can have a game with 200 hours of gameplay that's $10. And it's like, yeah, but if it's just not an enjoyable 200 hours, it's not gonna be great. Told myself I needed to stop drinking so much, but I'm not about to start listening to some drunk reader who talks to himself. I do it. I get it. I'm not an alcoholic, I'm a taste tester. Good evening, friends. Don't forget to hydrate, stretch, posture check, and take any daily meds. Yeah, do posture check for sure. Shit. Hold on, guys, give me a sec over on this other monitor. If you're just tuning in, I am cheating a little bit. And I'm AFKing some old school RuneScape on the side. Don't tell anyone, okay? Don't say anything. I can play my games and make them at the same time. Can't tell me I can't. Plus, I have a super AFK Slayer task right now, so it's okay. Okay, so you can cut them, you can grind them to a powder, you can ferment them, I mean, crushing and grinding is kind of the same. I don't. The thing is, like, if you get like an ingredient, like I don't know, like a berry, you can grind it in a mortar and pestle, and it will have the same effect as crushing it. But then if you have something dry and you crush it, right, like a dried chili or pepper or something, it's gonna turn to powder, not a paste. So I almost kind of want to consider like grinding / crushing to be the same thing, where you're just taking your mortar and pestle, and then we can just change the model for that, right? Like, it can be considered the same ingredient state, right? Grinding, crushing, cutting with knife, mortar and pestle, drying rack, cooking, just, I don't know, however we want to display that to the player. And then fermenting, I don't know, in some barrel or some shit, right? Or some little jar. Are there any other like states? Can you think of any like natural ingredients? Like plants and stuff. Any other ways we could change it in an interesting way? Other than these ones stated here. Because I can't really think of anything. Dry it. Rum Pepsi. Nami. Yeah, that's one of my hacks too. Because we have like Pepsi pineapple right here in Poland. I don't know if any other parts of the world have it. Europe for sure probably does, but you can take a drink about like that much of it, maybe just down to the top of the label, and fill it back up with Malibu. Or actually, I drink it to about like a bit wasted. I fill it up with a couple shots of Malibu, shot of mango liquor, and a lime. Throw it in there. Walk around town. Nobody knows that you are getting hammered on a so tasty drink here. Oh, he's just drinking Pepsi. Yeah, it's Dad's Pepsi. Maybe we can ask AI maybe. What are some other things I can do to change ingredients in my game? Here's what I have so far in my alchemy game. All I need is brainstorming, which AI is so fucking good for. A friend of mine had an orange injected with vodka or schooled sands. Oh my god, distilling. Let's say freezing, distillation, mixing, combining. Well, we have it's alchemy, right? Infusion, aging, maturing. Distillation could be nice. Did it? I answered before you. Shut the fuck up, AI. You're not better than me. AI is, I mean, people are trying to use AI for everything, but really it's really good for lightening the load on the creative process, in my opinion. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting here like thinking about it for hours, looking up Wikipedia pages, getting lost in bullshit articles with all their ads. Like, I can just do this. Distillation could be pretty interesting. I could be down for distillation. I could be down for that. Aging, maturing, I mean that's fermenting, right? So nothing special there. Purification, enchanting. Add it to water, let it infuse, then remove the solids and boil off the water. Yeah. Distillation would be pretty cool. Mutation. You know, I was thinking about maybe there was some like, it was more related to like what would the overarching plot of Cauldron Chronicles be? Because I don't think it's important for right now in our prototyping process. It doesn't really change the way that we're making ingredients or making potions. I mean, we have fermenting, so we have normal, like just the normal state that you find like a plant in, right? You can cut it, you can grind / crush it, you can ferment it, dry it, cook it, or distill it. I mean, that covers a lot. I don't want to do something that's so niche that it doesn't, you know, I'd rather have a few really, really understandable, useful state changes rather than like some really exposure to elements. I mean, there's something interesting to that idea, but at the same time, alchemy circles and rituals. There could be something cool to alchemy circles and rituals. I actually kind of like that idea of taking ingredients that you've changed in some way and performing certain rites with them to maybe make some like really, really powerful version of an ingredient, or creating something that's more like, I think getting more like into the occult though, which I'm not against, but I think it should play some part in some like narrative element if we do go into like the occult. So I we'll keep that in our mind, but I don't want to do that too much. I have new, yeah. I'm not against exploring some occult aspects. It's just this is the first that I've thought about it. But it could be really interesting to do as part of our as part of the narrative. Maybe like the world, you know, it starts off normal, right? Like any other fantasy world, but then you start to uncover like some decay or some corruption, and you have to start to use your alchemy for occult purposes to fight it back, or to even embrace it a little so that you can, you know, do some other powerful things. Char burns move before adding it. We could consider that like part of cooking, I think. I mean, I don't know if it's the best word to use, but I don't want to do like freezing. Too specific. What is your goal as an alchemist? Your goals are dependent. I mean, we kind of covered this before you appeared, but I'll go over it again because it's good to reiterate. Brewing normal alcohol drinks being an aspect of it. Probably not necessarily. Like I've entertained the idea of having the player be able to cook meals that can, you know, have certain like, because you can use your ingredients for multiple purposes, right? You want to do the transmutation side of things where you add in a metal and get gold. I've thought about that, but more as like a part of the main narrative, because we don't know what that'll be yet. You want to brew potions that buff or debuff or heal or poison. Both, any. Because your rap guy, by the way. Your potion effects are dependent on what you are adding to it, and you can get a potion that heals and debuffs and poisons. It's not probably not the most useful, but you can have it. I don't think clients are gonna want it. You can drink it yourself, but then it's like, okay, congratulations. You know, that aspect of it is more like Elder Scrolls, right? Where you can brew what you want, you can drink it, you can sell it. You want to primarily be a good person, but when you screw up, the recipe doesn't understand it. You could be either, right? Because it depends. The narrative of our NPCs in the game is that they can come in and request certain things. And there might be people who are requesting stuff for innocuous purposes, right? Like healing and buffing themselves. They're adventurers, but there might be people who want poisons or things that are not so good. You can refuse them. They might not come back. You're going to miss out on some payment or some other consequences in the world, but you know, it's up to you how you want to play this. You know, I try to explain this to people that it's not a shopkeeping game. It's not a game where your only goal is to make a lot of money. It's a game where you are using your services to change the people, or to provide for the people who are then changing the world around you. You aren't having an effect on the world directly. You're having an effect on the people that come to visit by providing them or not providing them with the things that they want or need. Which it's hard. It's a little hard to explain. I need to get better at explaining it though. So it's good that people ask it, because you guys are training me to get better at saying it, so that when I do represent our company at events and stuff where we have, you know, official things to write about the game, I've already tested what seems to work well or seems to be widely understandable. I can imagine an instance where a prince turns up and requests a poisonous brew to often a pleasant relative, or a potion that causes his older brother to slur his speech so he looks more capable than his brother. And that is like a perfect and awesome example of the types of stories that I want to recreate. It's something personal, it's something that you may not want to help him with, and it could have a negative effect. You know, it could have something very disastrous. You might not have any, you know, if you do something that causes ruin to a city, you might not get any merchants coming from that city. So, you know, the way I describe it to people is, hold on, let me make a new one. Off topic and completely unrelated, though, coincidental, a friend just asked another friend on Discord for a good Polish name. Or for like a person? Yeah, a character, person, NPC. I mean, really, there's some pretty common ones. Is it a male or a female? We just finished at the Tabletop Gaming Club, so it could be related to that. That makes sense. These are kind of... I don't know some people with these names. Like Piotr, Krzysztof, Andrzej, Tomasz, Jan, Paweł, Michał, Marcin, Stanisław. I don't really see any Stanisławs. Jakub, or Kuba is the cute way to say that. Or just like a nickname. Adam, Marek, Łukasz, Grzegorz, Mateusz, Wojciech, Janusz. You call him Janusz. Yeah, do Janusz. Janusz should be a good one. What was I saying? You liked... Janusz is perfect. It's so fucking perfect too. It's just such a... It's such a memey name. it's a legitimate name. It's just like it's hard to explain. But do you have in Australia that common name for just kind of like the dirty mechanic who likes to drink and swear at his wife all the time? It's just kind of like it's kind of a bum. He's not homeless, but he's just like a bum. Just he's fat. He stays inside, watches TV, and complains about government. The mic. Yeah. So that's the kind of the name. Barry. Yeah, and like US we have like Jim Bob, Billy Bob. Yeah, just kind of those kinds of people. That's what a Janusz is. Wow, break, but yeah, we'll have headphones on. Okay, so let me explain then what were we talking about. Person calls his older brother. It was talking about. Okay, yeah, I wanted to explain the kind of the way I see the loops here. The narrative, right? Can I be Janusz potion seller? You could just. I mean, because it's you can deny people however you want. If you don't want to provide, if you just want to provide potions to all the negative people, or you just want to give them like the shittiest potions you can, yeah, go for it. Go for it. We'll find a way to make it work. But can I hire somebody and underpay them? Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna have like a management system like that. I think you and I both know I've had a bit too much of management systems in recent years. Thanks, Nacon. I'll say bad things about you because I don't want you publishing my games. Sorry. Okay, so the way I see like the narratives working, if we can consider this like just the timeline moving from left to right with, shit being available. Also, I'm fucking sharks. When that ran out. We didn't miss much. A person visits, like here, this is like different. Let's just say these are different people. They start their loop or let's say this is like, let's color them. This is person red, you have person blue, and person green, right? A system where if you continually turn down the good potion customers and continually sell bad potions, you get a reputation for it. Get more customers wanting to buy into your nefarious ways. That'd be pretty fucking cool. I think that'd be pretty fucking awesome if you could do that. That would add a lot of variability into the gameplay, and certainly would have a believable and interesting effect on the things you're doing. And it's not too hard to set up from like I mean, I say this now before I've actually made the system. So, this is gonna come back to bite me in the ass. But I think it'd be pretty easy to determine. Because like I am a systems designer. Like that's my specialization, is designing systems like that. So to me that's like, ooh, I can do it. If I have some giant ass spreadsheet of data, I'll balance it. We'll find a way. So I think it could be done. And because it's a very behind the scenes system, right? So we don't have to necessarily, if we don't want to, we don't have to explain it to players why they're not getting nice people who want good potions for their cute little sick daughters or something. So the good thing is, you can skip out on a lot of like lot of UI bullshit, which is nice. Okay, so if you have this, like, okay, so the system is, you know, NPCs might visit multiple times. So it's like you have, you know, timeline here and, you know, timeline here, and this might be the conclusion of it. So, you know, it's just a 2-visit thing or a 1-visit thing that you hear about their, but maybe they would have visited here if you had kept them alive, right? Like if you had given them a better potion. And this could just be like a one-off visit. So just an NPC that shows up once, never again. So it's like, there could be multiple timelines, kind of, not timelines, I shouldn't say timelines, but there are multiple like stories that might still be open at any time. And you don't really, you know, you as the player don't really know if they're going to continue or not. Just because you're so isolated and you don't interact with these people outside of when they visit your hut. You don't actually know if they're going to show up again. You might get some like finality in the way that they talk to you, right? Like, I'm never coming back here again. And that could be a pretty obvious way of saying, okay, I'm probably unlikely to see them again. But you never know. And I think that kind of mystery and isolation is really important to selling this belief that you're working off of limited knowledge, and you need to then really grill into the people that like interrogate the people that are coming in. Like, okay, you're on an adventure, you're going to this ruin. I need you to tell me exactly what you expect to encounter in this ruin. You know, tell me what kind of enemies. Did they tell you anything? Undead, beasts, like what's going to be here? And I can help you. You can say, okay, well, you need healing, you need a potion to stave off these enemies, but you're limited on money. I can probably create you a potion where you have a bit of both, but they're not super powerful. Or if you want, I can give you one that's a really good healing potion, but I can't provide you a protection potion. Georgie, he is. I love that game. Papers, Please is so good. And he is so memorable just because of his like crazy antics that don't fit into the rest of the world necessarily, and yet they're very believable, and you kind of feel bad for him because it's exactly the same way, right? With Papers, Please, you only get information about the world from what you see in your vision, what you perceive, and the stories and information you hear from others visiting. That is such a good example, Papers, Please. Because it plays in that exact same way on your mind, where you start to develop emotions for these people because you can empathize with what they're telling you, with the stories they're telling you. It's a very personal game, but told in an indirect way, right? All the world building, for the most part, is done indirectly. Apart from, like, you can see like the terrorist bombing, right? At the start of the game. So yeah, it's very indirect storytelling in that way too, where, you know, the only time that you really, well, it's like old school, you know, before we could email people, before we could text them and shit. It was just, you had to send a letter, and you didn't know how they were doing until you got that letter in return. And it's the same way, where you don't know what's going on until people show up and tell you what they're going on. Hope my channel doesn't distract you too much from the actual game dev. No, I like this. I like this because it's important to do game dev, but it's also important, this is an important part of game dev too, right? Which is, especially game design, which is sharing your ideas, refining them, explaining them to see if they sound, you know, sensible to other people. This is why this is part of the reason why I wanted to do this and stream this, is because it's just so important to share this idea and not hide it. Already, you know, just in this short talk, we have a better way to describe certain aspects of our game. We have certain elements of the game that we now might want to do, like your reputation system, which is kind of, you know, in the background. and not super noticeable. And I think that's a really interesting dynamic way to tell the player's story. It's emergent, right? It's emergent gameplay, or emergent narrative, really, in this way. I'm not a fan of using the word emergent when talking about games, just because I think it's an overused term. Same with same with dynamic, right? I think dynamic is an overused term in game dev. It's a marketing buzzword. Like endless. Endless is another one. It's an endless game. There's endless replayability. It's like, no, there's an end to it, and it's when the player stops playing. Okay? What are some other good buzzwords like that? Endless replayability pisses me off because it feels like something that doesn't respect players' time. And I don't think players actually like to see that anymore. Or they don't like to see it as much as they used to, back when there just weren't as many games to get into. I also just don't think it applies to that many games. Too many people use it for games that aren't sandboxes or aren't true sandboxes. Like, Gmod is a true sandbox. Minecraft is to some extent a true sandbox. These games do have endless amounts of gameplay because you can't really define their loop very easily, especially things like Gmod. Used for anything, yeah, it really is. Like, choices. It's a choice. Games, the game interacts with or reacts to your choices. It's like, what, you mean the one choice between starting Pokemon that I pick or starting weapon? It's not a choice. Or one side quest which has no impact on the main story at all. Like, okay, that can be kind of cool sometimes, but then don't tell me that the game is non-linear. It's like Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. Look, we'll get into it when I talk about my GOTY for the year, but it's not Baldur's Gate 3. I wanted it to be, and I still enjoy that game. But there were a lot of choices that meant absolutely nothing in that game. The game is not linear at the moment, mostly because they haven't planned the branches for the storylines yet. True. Yeah, and it's like for vertical slice for our game, I want to. We need at least one story with one branch in it, right? But in the end, we need to design a game that just is so open to that. And if I design Cauldron Chronicles correctly, if I design this narrative system correctly, it means we could release free updates or even small little packs with new characters, new storylines that show up that would, that could fit into the main vibe and fit into the main story for replays. I don't know how I would price that, though. Just depends on how much money it costs to make, I guess, a new character and a new story like that. It could be quite a lot, because we need character 3D model, we need animations, voice lines. It would be better to make like a larger pack with sets of characters or something. Not sure yet. Yeah, like the overlapping kind of overlapping branching stories, but that have their own gameplay loops, right? I think is something that's really important to me. Or not gameplay loops, but their own narrative loops. Where they close out, they end, they finish. And that character won't appear or will, it's done. it's almost like you're not the quest giver. But you know, you're the merchant in town, right? You're playing as the merchant. Other people come to you. They have their quests. So my gameplay loop, if we could distill it down into, let me finish reading what you wrote. Does it involve gathering the ingredients? Does it involve sourcing them other ways? Do you pay someone to bring you ingredients or buy them from an herbalist? You get special resources in exchange for some of your potions. Obviously, you're preparing the ingredients and combining them in different ways, and then how far in the other way do you want to go? You can use them on yourself, but then what for? Or you can sell them. Most of what you said is a yes, in short. The gameplay loop can be broken down into three main parts, which are, in my opinion, the three pillars of the game: the alchemy, the NPCs, and the open world. So you go into the open world, you collect ingredients, you do things. You go back to your alchemy table, you make potions, and then you give them to NPCs, or trade them with NPCs, or use them on yourself in the open world. And that's the loop, right? That's the basic loop. That's what we absolutely need for our first playable. And that's what we need to refine the most and iterate on the most, because that will be the most important to the gameplay. Does it involve gathering the ingredients? Yes. Does it involve sourcing them other ways? Yes. Through merchants, or as you just said, do you pay someone to bring you ingredients or buy them from an herbalist? I don't know about that one yet, but you can barter to some extent with some of the NPCs as I see it, right? Like, okay, I'll give you this potion, and I know you can't afford it, but if possible, can you bring back some of the ingredients from your adventure? Or they might not say it. They might, if you give them a really, really good potion, they can say it worked. They'll come back. They'll say it worked better than I expected. Here's some stuff I found in the dungeon at the same time, so hopefully you can use it because I thought about you. Run the other way. You can use them on yourself? Yes. You can use them in the open world as well. You can sell them to merchants. So then in the open world, are you fighting monsters, fending off people, or are there other hardships you have to overcome? What is the purpose of using the potions on yourself? So the open world will be, look at it more as like, think of like Genshin or Zelda, right? Where you have, but get rid of like human enemies. I just want like monsters and animals, right? And you aren't a sword fighter. You don't use any weapons. You use potions. So you can make potions that do harmful effects, that debuff, that cause certain effects, or potions that have positive effects that you can use them on enemies. I don't know why you would, but you can also then drink them yourself to buff yourself, to heal yourself. There are open world activities that you can do, like solving puzzles, opening up new passages, finding secrets. You know, there are like ruins to explore, right? So it's very much you can make potions and do a lot of different things with them, either to help progress your exploration, to heal and buff yourself, to attack with, or to provide to NPCs for their quests, or to merchants for money or other things that they have. But I would prefer if you weren't fighting humans necessarily. Yeah, more like throwable potions, like a vial of it. Exactly. Yeah, like throwable. Exactly. Yeah, you've got it. You've hit it on the head right there. Because I like the idea of this kind of game, with this fantasy open world, but you're really good at one thing, and it's certainly not fighting with weapons, but it is fighting with other things. With your potions. And of course, like, a lot of this is like gameplay percentages, right? What percentage of the game is the player spent doing certain action, spent in a certain menu, spent in a certain part of the loop? And this has to be very carefully balanced. because there is this open world to explore, but there are also people who visit your hut. So we need to make sure that they arrive frequently enough to be engaging and to keep that part of the loop interesting, but not so frequently that you don't have time to explore, or it's frustrating to be exploring and to have them show up. So now, to offensively take out monsters, you have to have the potion on you. Are you wanting to give the player a basic attack that doesn't require ammunition? I know this is getting into the detail, but I figure you probably review the VODs as well. Actually, I don't review the VODs. I don't have time to review the VODs. But no, getting into some of this low level is important. Actually, this is still high level, to be honest. But I think we'll have to see. I'm not ready to commit to that, but I can see the reason that it would be good to have it. So it's not a yes or no, just we haven't even gotten to making potions or to using potions offensively yet, so we just need to kind of see how it feels, or if the player just needs to, if they don't have potions on them, do they need to retreat? They need to, find some place that they want to explore, assess the threats and things that they might need, and then come back and with the potions. Something like a wizard's cantrip where it's something they can just do. If anything, I would not make it do any damage. I would just make it like some way to like stun an enemy, because I really want to encourage. I don't want the player to be able to brute force their way through these things without potions. If I can put it that way, maybe. There are other defensive options as well, like increasing their resistance or turning them invisible or camouflage. Yes. Or increase their movement speed. Yes. Like, I want there to be multiple ways to solve these things or to get around them, but I don't want there to be a fallback option that is useful for anything maybe other than retreating and coming back with the right tools for the job. Because I feel like it would just be abused if that were the case. Like, maybe there's an enemy and there's a secret behind him, and you could use this default attack or something to like kind of stun him or push him back a little bit, but you really just need to deal with him, and you need to figure out what do you need to deal with him. So it's more in that way. It's more like I would say Genshin is kind of a good example where you have a lot of these, or Zelda, where you have a lot of these things that require a certain tool for the job or a certain combination, and you can see it now. You make a note of it, come back with the right tools, or switch to the right character if we're talking about Genshin, and deal with it. Yeah, I guess in that case, we just have to make sure that people can't really soft lock themselves for the ingredients. They really need our gated behind monsters they don't have the resources to overcome. This is true, but it could also be the case where, let's use Stardew Valley as an example. I think it's okay to be able to see a secret or thing that they need to overcome to get to a new area, and to not have access to it until maybe they just need to wait until winter, when something that only grows in winter has this effect that you might need. Or something very commonly is grown in winter that would get you through that for sure, but there's something very rare that you might find in summer or autumn that could do it too, but you just need to go out into the world, discover ingredients, discover their effects, and put the pieces together in your mind. So it's more like, gating them through progress and exploration, or let's say discovery. Alternate path to get to something, path a little more grindy. It could work, yeah. We could do something like that. I think multiple paths are fun. I see a little bit of that too, like Slime Rancher. Not sure if you played it. Like you had to feed the Gordos to get through certain areas. And that required you to farm the specific thing that they needed to eat, or to load up on the thing that they needed to eat, because they each ate something different. So, there are ways to get through paths. You need to discover what it is. You need to discover the best way to overcome it. And it may be that you have the right tools on you right now, or you need to write it down or remember it that, okay, I need something to deal with these vines. So maybe I have something back in my hut that can do it, or I'm going to try to forage for some stuff around here that might help me. And of course, because I'm not going to use procedural generation for the ingredients, or I'd like to avoid doing that. We can carefully hand place certain things nearby that might hint, or one of the ingredients that would be really useful for getting through, something like that. And then while they're collecting, they might notice, an NPC showed up. So let me go deal with them. Let me go talk to them and solve their problem, and then we can come back and deal with this. The next question is about discovery of recipes. Is it all trial and error? Are you planning on having clues in the world or from NPCs? This is something I've been thinking a lot about, because we have where's a panel? So we have these effects and flavors, right? How does the player discover these in the first place? I think it's kind of boring if we have it so that when the player picks up an ingredient, they know everything about it. There's no discovery then. At the same point, I think it's really annoying if we go the route where you don't know anything and you can only discover it like one at a time, because then it's like you have to grind out every single ingredient to figure it out, right? That's not enjoyable. Especially if we have a lot of ingredients and different states that change the quality or amount of effects. So I think it'd be cool to also have books that you can read that will automatically update your you could read them yourself and see the text and all, but it would also update your herbal encyclopedia or whatever. It was I think all of Elder Scrolls that had it did it that way. And I like that to some extent, but I don't like that I just think there's a middle ground between the grindiness of Elder Scrolls alchemy for discovery and and just having everything available, right? There is a middle ground that I think we need to find. Maybe some analyzer that takes time, and you can only have one ingredient in it at any time, but maybe you can upgrade to have more of these analyzers or something, and they provide you with more results each time. Maybe it's just it kind of, you can leave it in there as long as you want, and it will slowly discover things. We don't know yet. These are just ideas off the top of my head. How ethically acceptable are you wanting the players to be? Would having a test animal person? I'm leaning away from it at the moment. I'm leaning away from it. Imagine a dwarf or gnome in a cage and you feed him spoonfuls of goop. It would be really funny. I mean, if it were it would be a lot of work, but if you could have this assistant, this stupid annoying imp or some bullshit assistant who liked it, who yeah, feed me more, and he had funny lines or animations for different effects, it could be pretty funny. That's true. You could like if it's some like imp, some like I don't know demon bullshit who just eats shit, or like a slime. A slime would be pretty funny because you know it's also like the cute like um, you know the Japanese are really good with stuff like that too, with like Dragon Quest and stuff with their slimes. A cute little slime that you can just you shove ingredients in, and it can like shake a little bit in a cute way, and then just like pop up with some info about it. That could be pretty funny. And you like make a note. Like it's like a slime, so you can't really hurt it. Just like an immune, cute little thing. Be a troll, make a cute little animal with a button that says "Press here to report to your Wikipedia." Takes a player to your donation page. That could be pretty funny. I gotta think about it. Monculus. You really want that Monculus, don't you? I think a cute little slime would be much better fitting for like our Ghibli inspired fantasy world. Plus, I mean, do you know how? Look, I've already said that uh, our market will primarily be David Cosper. I know what it is. I don't know if it's necessarily fitting within our world. And I think a cute little slime with a primarily female audience would be such a great marketing tool. In my opinion. Can you type what in Twitch? You can type anything in Twitch. I'm not gonna ban you. I mean, it depends on what you say, because I might say, okay, we can't say that. I do like the idea of being able to feed it to something though. And the cool thing with the slime is that it would be really easy to animate. And we wouldn't need to do any like crazy voice lines for it. We could just have it like make cute little sounds. That is very befitting of probably a not cute universe. I think it's a little much. Polymorph potions could turn the slime temporarily into other cute animals. That's true. But would we be feeding it potions or just ingredients? Because I feel like, I guess we could have it. We do both. We just have to see. Like at the very least, what it needs to do is when you put something into it, it needs to give you some of the information back, right? And the way that we relay that to the player is, I think, easy. What effect it has on this slime or whatever we're feeding it to, I think that there's some leeway with what we portray that as. Just like you said, like wobble, give it a gross face. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of flexibility with that. You and this you just make a homunculus simulator at this point, Casper. Oh my god. The player name it. Yeah, letting the player name it would be pretty cool. Granted, at the same time, okay. Yeah, we will give it a default name. And then we can say, but hey, do you like the name? Maybe I can name you something else. And then it'll like whatever name you give it, but it'll also have a default name, and that way we can use it in like promotional stuff and like tweets and stuff, or cute things, or even make like a merch about it, and that way it can have like a canon name, right? I'm gonna veto the homunculus, and I'm gonna call it a slime for now. It's kind of similar to that. There's a light novel that's similar like it. Is this it? It's like this. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. It's a light novel about a girl who. It's actually kind of similar. So she's a tamer. Oh my god! I hope there's no like porn over here. Okay. She finds a slime and she just like feeds it trash and stuff, and it just gets bigger and like more powerful. So it's just kind of considered a weak thing, of course, right at the start. But then she's like, she finds this cute little slime and just feeds it stuff. Slime or slime. Yeah, I think the slime is a really good way. Oh, like Bofuri, who only trained her defense. I didn't like the second season of that much, but the first season is just really funny as a game developer because there's just so many ways that she breaks the game that are so true to like what I've done with balancing as a game designer. It's like, yeah, this is how they work. The slime's good. The slime is a really good idea. Slime, you feed ingredients, potions to in order to learn effects and flavors. Maybe there's like the amount of an item. Like let's think of it this way. Like if you feed the ingredient once to the slime, it will give you 2 of its effects and 1 of its flavor properties randomly. You feed the second one, it gives you another flavor and another effect. Third one, last flavor, last effect. So it's like the amount that you've discovered and fed to the slime. Maybe. The question is then, if we do it something like that, how does that work with state changes? I don't want the player to have to feed every single change of an ingredient to the slime. That's so annoying. That would piss me off as a player. But at the same time, if they how might they learn about an effect? No, I don't like that. So then it requires the slime in order to learn. And I don't think the slime should be required. I think it should be an extra way to learn. Like a guaranteed way. An easy way. That's a good question. Is consistent? I wouldn't say it's consistent, but I would say that it is. It is. It's consistent in the way it does it, but not consistent. Having a slime companion is. be brought by an NPC, like an early game NPC that you could help out. And if you give him like a starter potion, he'll offer you this slime. Like, hey, I found this thing. I don't really want to carry it all the way to the next city, so I don't know. How about you make me this potion for free and I give you this this slime? Yeah, generally if you like change the state, it will reliably change the ingredients in certain ways. But the question is, like, if you don't know, I'll let you tell me what you're thinking. That could work too. He's just there. I really like the idea of him maybe like being like him just roaming around your hut. Like he's more of like a pet that hops between your rooms and like can, you know, roam up to you and like say hi, or if you've been gone for a while, he, you know, comes to the door and like makes all these cute noises. Like that is fucking marketing gold right there. You can have different ways to test the ingredients too. Like you might use the slime, you might add a pinch of the ingredient to a flame and see what color the flame turns. You can boil it in tea and observe the smell. We need something that's like the slime is consistent. That's maybe a good idea. We have some good ideas on how to get the slime. Yeah. Now I like tying it to like either an NPC or to the alchemical process. I think is great. I think either way, it'll be very easy to think of a good way to introduce that slime. Constraints or cooldowns? Maybe. The thing is, it's reliable. I don't necessarily mind the idea of eating the potions to learn some things. Maybe it can only take you so far. I don't know. Having multiple ways to discover ingredients, I think would be smart. Test potion only if you give him like basic slime potion to reset its state. Made is a failed potion, you can't replicate it because you're missing something which you need to add to the storyline too. Yeah, because I thought of like maybe you're like the young son or daughter of the alchemist who live there, and they have an important. So one of my thoughts was you are like the son or daughter of the alchemist who lived in the hut. They've been raising you and teaching you certain things, but they were called off on an important thing to one of the big cities, like the capital, you know, because there was some big conspiracy or some shit happening there. Whatever. They needed an alchemist. They needed somebody who knew what they were doing. So they called this your parent in or whatever, your relative, whatever, doesn't matter. And you're left to. They're like, I need you to run the hut. I trust you. You know what you're doing. Oh, and I've left, you know, I've left like a note by the Cauldron. And I'll check up occasionally to visit. And, you know, there then another NPC that occasionally comes to visit to check up on you, how you're doing, similar to our other NPCs. And in that way, they could leave you a note of, you know, of how to create this slime. And that way you're not alone and you have somebody to help you, right? Maybe something like that. Taken by forest flames. That's a bit. You have to test. It's like this slime is chained up. Mom is a witch, your dad is a warlock, and they've been doing hidden experiments on souls of monsters. But there was residue in the cauldron. You can't replicate the potion for the slime because you don't have the knowledge how to extract a soul. These are all good ways. These are all very viable ways that we could introduce this slime and also tie it into the narrative. which is good because it means that I think this is a really good idea. It fits with the themes of the game. It has actual relevance to the gameplay, and there are multiple ways we can introduce it in a believable and interesting way. This is a fucking great idea. But I still think that we need multiple ways to discover ingredient effects. And the slime is a reliable but maybe random way. Like, it'll always give you something new, but like Cusper said, maybe it has a cooldown or something like that. Hold on, I gotta check with something. I gotta check on something. A sec. Cooldown could just be how long it takes to recover from ingesting an ingredient. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Basic ingredients should have a long cooldown, but cooldown could be affected by the preparation method or how rare the ingredient is. Maybe. I think I like preferring to see it as that lifesaver of yours, right? Like, rather than a consistent just shove ingredients into it and see how it reacts, which could also, I guess, have some kind of comical effect, right? Being able to get or to see some of the rarer effects of it would be nice. Like, maybe what if effects are like, common, uncommon, rare. And these you can just discover by like eating it or some shit. But you can only get maybe like the uncommon or rare from like other things. I don't know. Again, just speaking off the top of my head on this one. My slime got some chili pepper ingredient. Now it is red and melty. I give him another ingredient, will have some more random effect due to its state. Yeah, but now it's just getting really difficult to balance and to create. I think just having an effect based on what you're feeding it would be easier to make and still acceptable. And also, think about it this way too. It's important to have. Where's my? Okay, take me there. Okay, yes, okay. Important to have like recreatable faces and memorable like. If you create too many things, it's just too hard to make. But you want to have stuff that is just noticeable when you look at it. It's very like iconic. So having it just give off like angry, is this kind of needs food face. Like, these kinds of things are really, really great to put on it. Let's say give the slime the ability to consume multiple ingredients to see the effect, but then why have the cauldron? I agree. Could also pay NPCs to be test subjects, and they could head away and come back a day later or tell you the effects or if with invisible. Something like that. Having multiple ways is great, but we need a consistent way that just involves the player so that they can test things out in the field. And eating it, I think, is just or licking it is just a really understandable, acceptable, proven way that the first thing players are going to do if it has a system like this, they're going to think of Elder Scrolls and they're going to think, okay, can I eat it to gain its effects? And that kind of like through game experience is really important for just reminding players, utilizing the experience that players have on other games to help them get into this game much quicker. It's the same reason like every game you play nowadays with 3D movement, it's usually WASD, right? It's because those controls are understandable by a wide audience. So the more experience that you can use from a player's prior experiences in playing other games, the easier it is for them to get into yours. I think we need to have eating ingredients, but that there can be some other ways to obtain the other effects. So we don't want to teach kids to go out and lick plants, frogs, and mushrooms, so disclaimer. Yeah. Please don't go out of your house and lick things. You will die. Maybe you can... What would be the way to do this? You know, like if we assume that the player can harvest multiple plants per harvest, right? When you harvest like a mushroom, it's going to be like a cluster of mushrooms. So you get like 2 to 4 or something. I don't know. Maybe every one you eat just gives you one random effect and one random flavor, so that you need to eat 4 to discover everything, or 3 to discover all the flavors. Or you can feed it to your slime, which has a cooldown, but it shows everything. And that way it's really useful to use the slime for rarer ingredients. That way it's a bit more special. You don't need to feed it like a common plant you can find a billion of outside of your hut. But for rarer ingredients, it could be really useful to get everything right away. I mean, that handles ingredients. Doesn't handle potions. Potions are where it gets really weird. Because let's say that you combine 2 things with a healing effect, but you don't know any of its effects beforehand. You're creating a potion with no known qualities, which is fine. How do you then determine its qualities? Do you drink it and it heals you, and then you can say it, you know, we can send that info back to your herbal encyclopedia, or whatever, your ingredient encyclopedia, and we can say, okay, or maybe it just discovers randomly, or what in this case, is it better to be believable, or is it better to provide a good experience with the player? I remember Dad left a book with a few clues. That's what I want. Yes, I want there to be like some basic information about some of the plants, or that, you know, your mom or dad kept their own book, which is, you know, like the master encyclopedia. It's got everything in there, or most things, but you were also raised to keep your own book. And because you're still new to this, you have some of the things in there that you've discovered before starting the game, or that your parents have taught you, but not everything. So you are starting out with with a little bit of knowledge that you can read in that book to get an understanding. And like, also this is a way to do in-game, like, text tutorials like, oh, I found it, changing the state of the ingredient in this way tends to bring out these effects. Something like that, right? But you can, of course, buy like ingredient information from merchants, right? With gold. It's like, oh, this rare ingredient, this person sells information on this one, so I can buy that, and no, I don't have to waste that ingredient on like the slime or eating it, and I can get a lot of its effects. Alchemist Monthly. I actually really like that. I think that's really fucking funny. Some newsboy comes by. Hey, I got your new subscription or your new magazine. Just a bunch of alchemist related like jokes and references, like nerdy things. It's not the size of the cauldron that matters. It's how you prepare the ingredients. There can be some funny stuff there. I gotta write that down because that is pretty funny. Lured in with a few actual gems of information. Hand-drawn sketch from another alchemist that you can tear out and glue into your encyclopedia. Fuck, dude, that's good. Alchemist Monthly. Newsletter. Magazine you can sign up to via an NPC. Provides funny stuff as well as practical knowledge. It's kind of like in Stardew, right? When you get shit in your mailbox about like, hey, spring's about to, or winter's about to happen. So, it's a great time to collect these things, but just remember, keep in mind that all your crops are gonna die. Things like that. Stuff to help with the transition into the next season or into the secrets of how to deal with a certain area, like a poisonous forest or something. This ingredient is told to have really great, antitoxin effects if drank. Something like that. Also getting a little inspiration from the posters and stuff you stick up on the walls and paper please again. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like the little, all the ways that people try to bribe you. Like the strippers and shit. Get a hand-drawn picture from your kid to keep in the booth at one point, right? I do not remember. I have not played that in a long time. I also may not have gotten that far. I don't remember. But the more I think about it, the more I like the leaning of important global event has called away your brilliant genius relative, let's just say, and you have to look after the hut. And I like the idea of them coming back occasionally to check on your progress, and they can like look at what game was it where it was very similar where somebody would routinely look at the progress of your like collection log or your progress log, and they would respond. I know Hogwarts Legacy did something like that, right? With your log at the end. No, I think she did it every time she looked at it. And how, what's her name? The Weasley headmistress. And she had a comment based on how much you had progressed. I like the idea of your relative in this case coming back and taking a look at your progress and saying, "Oh, like you filled it out really well," or you haven't really discovered. You need to go out into the world and see if you can discover more. Here are some tips, in an immersive, understandable way, like, right? Grades, yeah, grades your book like homework. Be pretty funny. And also they can, oh, I see you found out how to create a little assistant, and it's the slime. Something like that. And I think that's just a really cool way to ground you in this narrative. And if we have it where this terrible thing is happening in this land, and it's kind of seeping into the hut's area, that you have to deal with it. Take your alchemy test, get your license. It'd be pretty funny. They just put like narrative here. Obviously we have to get this all organized, but the nice thing about doing the alchemy system first is that everything we're talking about doesn't really change the way that you create potions. So we can kind of progress on our prototypes without it negatively affecting our other things. So good stuff. Narrative, relative, mom, dad, whatever, leaves to big city or capital to is a genius alchemist, leaves to big city or capital to help in some important matter. You're left to look after the hut while they're gone, but they, let's say regularly. Only is not so great on that right now, but they often, that's easier spell, show up to check on you and your progress. They also help give you some knowledge or hints at the same time. Also, lore updates. You don't just have to deal with it, but you have to equip the NPCs with the things they need to deal with it. They could bring you a sample of some of this darkness or something that you can experiment on as well, that's true. Or like a corrupted ingredient. If you progressed enough, you start getting quests from mom or dad to help the research on the big bad, and towards the end game, they turn up less. Could be too that like they come by to check on you, but also the city they're in doesn't have access to as many ingredients, or as the hut does. So they're coming back to check on you, but also because they need some help, and like, hey, I know this was pretty easy to find out in this area of the forest. Can you get me some of them and bring them back? Yeah, they turn up less and less, or like they send someone else in their place because they're needed. I don't know. There's a lot of cool options I think we could do for it. Something like that. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, this was something like that. Or you've done them proud and shit like that. It'd be really nice. Can eat ingredients or drink potions to determine some effects. I like the idea of you can drink the potion to determine effect and flavor, but it will not result in you learning anything from what you put in because you don't know which one has which. So it can help you. Maybe you can have some already completed potions or buy some potions that I don't know, something like that. Gotta think about that. Green taking side note saying sorry, things are getting bad. I can't come and visit in person this week. I'll try again. And then it happens more and more often. Stop getting letters for a while. Alchemist Monthly magazine also provides updates about situations over there. That could be pretty cool. I like the idea of that. Give me a second, well, a few minutes to run to the bathroom. And then we will continue. I want food too. I have some stuff here I can eat. I have some stuff here. So give me like, I don't know, 5 minutes. I'll be back and I don't know. I can munch on something while we're talking. I'll probably be on for like another few hours or something. I don't think we have anything more to work on right now. I don't want to like jump into something new because I like this planning aspect of it. Like, what are our goals here with all these systems? Because then that determines what we need to make and what's important. So we kind of created a very good basic setup for this. Watching your friend build. Nice. Like, this is a good base start for all this shit. And where we go from here is really the question. And I think that it's good to have this talk about it. So I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes and we can continue on with thinking about things. All right, beer beat. Okay, guys, I'm gonna need some walnuts. Hopefully those won't be too crunchy. I like the taste of walnuts. It's a little expensive. Not the most healthy nut that you can eat. Do a healthy nut. Didn't I stop eating these last time because they got stuck in my teeth and shit? I think so. Alright. I'm hungry enough for it. Don't know what next task should be. Oh yeah, you can also purchase, trade for ingredient knowledge from merchants, NPCs, and it could be anyone. The thing is, if we set up triggers for all this stuff, we can put the triggers anywhere, right? Then it's really just up to our imagination. Maybe there's some knight that comes in, you wouldn't think he knows anything about alchemy, but he mentions one time he was out in an adventuring group and they were with a cleric who knew how to mix a pretty nice magic resistance potion or some shit like that. And he remembers the ingredients. This slime idea is so perfect, though. I'd also like to, in all of our games, in all of Microraptor games, I'd like to put our Microraptor in it somewhere. Only close 90% of their eye? Do they? A monster? I don't know if I want the player to fight it. Maybe it could just be like a really rare event where a Microraptor flies above you and a feather falls. A Microraptor feather would be really awesome. I didn't think about that. Ingredients. Like retrieve a feather from a nest or something like that. That could be good, yeah. Be pretty funny. Pozytywne kalorie. Positive calories? Dude, Polish is such a fucked up language. Easy to pronounce, but so hard to understand. It'd be pretty cool too. Maybe some strange, like, hooded and masked guy. You can't tell, he just has this dark cloak on, and he's got this brilliant, beautiful Microraptor, this thing that just looks so exotic, but still, you know, believable within the universe, but just so exotic. Like, how did he obtain that? And he just wants a potion for something he can't tell you about. Maybe it's some, like, really hard to make potion too. Like, I could voice act him. That could be my cameo in the game. Yummy, yummy. Because I'd like to be an NPC in my own game, right? I don't have to be, like, frequent, but just one that, like, shows up once or twice and does something fun with, like, a Microraptor. That would be pretty cool. You know what? I know one that could work. I don't know if we would, like... I always wanted to play, like, a Kenku rogue monk hybrid class. I could have that character. Just this hooded Kenku. You don't know if it's a mask or if it's my actual physique, that I have this, you know, this beak. And on my shoulder is a Microraptor bird. I ask you for, like, some mysterious potions and also for some meat to feed the Microraptor. That'd be pretty great. Damn it, now I have hiccups. What button to pin? Yeah, this alchemy book, this like your encyclopedia. I don't even know what to call it yet, but I imagine that it will have. It's gonna be really hard to build that. I remember for Train Life during development, some of the management, they estimated how long it would take for us to make this like this central tablet like hub for all of your, you know, a lot of like your the things you needed to do, the information you needed to get to, and a lot of them just expected it would take like 2 weeks to a month to build. And they were really surprised, and I'm like, dude, that's gonna take like 3 to 6 months to make. And it took us over 6 months to make, to finalize. In fact, we were working on it right up till release. Just those few important things can really make a lot of difference. Okay, next task. I think we want to have some way to change these states, right? This can be done like on table. Grinding and crushing can be done on table. I'm not sure about some of these other ones. What if your table is like I have a better idea. What if your table is not just one table? What if it's more like this? That's the cauldron, of course. And you can like change between station almost. Like you have your ingredient. What if like this side over here is like your ingredient storage? I mean, we can move the cauldron anywhere too, so just imagine that the cauldron is one of these stations. It doesn't have to be the center one. But one of them is like your cauldron, your brewing. Another one is your ingredient prep work. Maybe one is your ingredient storage. You know, and that way your camera is... This is one view, and you can like either, I don't know, press a button, or you can click or drag your mouse over to go to the other side or another view. And that way you can, you know, pull ingredients off your shelf or something. And you can tell them, hey, okay, send this one directly to the table. Send this one to the prep work area so that I can change its state, right? And that way it's all kind of done in one giant mini game of you go out and you collect ingredients, but then you can come back and you, within one mini game, you can grab them, you can change them, you can adjust them, you can take a look at them, you can plan out what you're wanting to make, and then you can actually make it on that table as well. So it's all done through that one location. I don't know what you guys think of that. I don't know how that sounds to you. Maybe that sounds dumb. I mean, we're trying to make something that just is very different to any other potion making game that's out there. And in order to do that, we need to capitalize on these systems that are, and these mini games that are just very different from what you'd find. How would I do that then? I mean, I could. Let's theorize here. If we wanted to do something like that, I feel like we could pretty easily adjust this alchemy table BP because we have trace states. We have there's nothing about this camera position that requires us to be doing certain things. Let's put it that way. I could aim the camera in another direction. And we can have things that we can click, we can drag, we can zoom in on. No problem. So we could almost make it. I'll show you what I mean. Let's just pretend these cubes are what we want. Where's our brown? Okay, so we extend our table in this way. This is now your alchemy station. Okay, and over here you have, let's say some, let's just make something really basic right now. You have your ingredient shelf. Yeah, that's pretty. And it's full of, you know, all your fucking jars and shit. Let me get these to jar size or something. Yeah, you got your jars. Unselect. Doesn't have to be crazy accurate, just representative. And let's say over here you have your fuck, I already like this. I don't even have to ask you guys. Sorry, but I'm not wrong on this. I think this is the right way to go. And over here you have your the ways to change them, right? So you have like your mortar and pestle. I don't really know how to I can visualize that at the moment, but imagine this is a mortar and pestle, okay? Do me a favor. I'm not an artist, I never will be an artist. Got your mortar and pestle, you got your like your choppy boy, your knife. Yeah, it's gotta be like really thin. choppy. Okay, you got your knife. Looks like a knife. Perfect. Not really, but let's go with it. Your mortar and pestle, your knife, what else? Your like cooking station or some shit, so, you know. Little like real thingy. Give it some legs. A fire underneath that. Let's imagine, you know, something to cook it on, right? You got all this shit. I'm only gonna do that much. I don't know what else to build there. Probably some more jars because you're like fermenting stuff, right? Or whatever. Bring some jars over. Cool. Okay, so you're here, you have, you know, you walk up to this. You get into your alchemy thing, right? Great, awesome. But then you can like switch to this state, and this is your like your whole cabinet of all your ingredients. And you can like see which ones you want. You can click or like press some button to, okay, add it directly to the alchemy table over here because it's in the right state that I want it. Or add this to the preparation table, and I can prepare it. I can do different things to it. I can change its state here and take a look at how it's doing. And, you know, I think, of course, it would be better if this was like station 1, this was station 2, and then this was station 3, right? So you grab your ingredients, you prepare them, you do alchemy over here. To me, that sounds like the most interesting. And then, you know, this is essentially one big, this one room within your hut is your alchemy room, where you actually prepare these things. And maybe there's a button you can click to, you know, quickly send these back to the ingredient cabinet, or send them over to the preparation table again, because you need to change it. What do you guys think of that? Got any lurkers in chat with some interesting thoughts? Some angry comments? This will never work. Fuck you. Never be as good as Call of Duty. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you the lurkers in chat. I love you. I don't think you're angry. Yeah, I like the idea personally. I think that this works. This also breaks up the idea of it being like separate things that you have to go to. Like you have your alchemy like rack over. You can ignore these. These were just to test a different prototype of interactables. Then now you don't have to like walk over here, grab the ingredients, and then come over here. Which isn't bad. It's not like it's a long walk. The most important thing is that it's just not frustrating and that it's believable. But I think it'd be believable that an alchemist would want to keep would not want to have to move too much while they're brewing and preparing something and seeing how it's working. No, no worries, no worries. I don't know if you were AFK. I can explain my thought process on this. Technically, if I could kick an ingredient in, I think it would add it to the cauldron. Funny. I'm gonna try to do that. Really doesn't like the physics on that. Pretty funny. I can actually right click on it from back there. It's kind of funny. Yeah, as long as I can see it, I can click on the ingredient. Pretty funny. Yeah, my idea was this: put it on one space. Have the player able to do their alchemy, prepare ingredients, and grab ingredients all from the same table. Maybe the idea of having these locked in cameras is a little antiquated. Make that argument. But wouldn't it be cool if they could just do it here, drag it from here to here? I think that would get just kind of annoying after a while, especially having all these movements. Then again, it does keep players kind of in that perspective. Not sure. Parkour. Alchemy table parkour. Looks great. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay. Let's save this stuff too. Let's save it as like, I don't know. Ingredient state notes or something. Just so I don't lose that, because I want to keep the design of that here. Oh, and we'll put that in the GDD when we start to make that. Which I might do kind of soon. Not sure yet. Hold on, I think I have to sneeze. What's going on? Get out of me. Demon. I was thinking of, do we actually want to do the GDD writing on screen? I think yes. I think some of you might be really interested in. I don't know if some of you as players have ever actually seen what a GDD looks like. I mean, and it depends on studio and game. There's no set formula for making a GDD, but I think it would be pretty cool if you guys could see that with me and build that with me. That way you can kind of learn what thought processes need to go into this early phase of development, how developers look at systems, And especially from a marketing perspective, what are the most important aspects of a game when pitching to publishers? What do they look for in that GDD? So we might make that together. I think that'd be pretty awesome. Next task. Let's see. Next task will actually be some writing. I do want to create some information for our Discord, just so you guys can get a better idea of what this game is. And, a lot of the stuff we've talked about, also just to help start to build up that GDD. So the GDD, you don't want to have to write the GDD in one fell swoop, but we can start to get its organization built and write out what we know and what we have built. Throw in some screenshots of what we've already made. Reference images that things of that nature. And I would say at least getting a GDD organized would be really awesome for that. GDD organization and outline would be really wonderful. Which isn't an in-engine task, unfortunately. I really like to work in engine, but there's most design stuff is not in engine, sadly, so can't do that right now. A task I have to do off stream is set up versioning, and I really need to do that. Probably through plastic. And that's just so that we can save every version that we make, and we don't have to lose work or have issues with corruption. And we can create separate branches too to create smaller things that we want to try but may not want to push onto our main working branch. That way too I can do builds overnight from certain branches, so that you guys can download and try things if you want and give feedback. I think the next in-engine task would be the expansion of the alchemy table blueprint. This can all be part of the same blueprint, but that means we need to do a lot of fucking organizing of this blueprint, because it is really bad right now. This is messy, and can you imagine us having to add more things regarding the processing of ingredients and the storage system? No. Just no. So we need to set up a lot more. And we need to organize variables, we need to organize functions and give them tags, and we're gonna add essentially probably 2 to 3 times as much as what you see here will be the final result of all the blueprints on this. So we need to make sure that it is really organized, functioning really well, and encapsulates all the features we want. So that's before we do anything else with this blueprint. We need to organize this whole entire alchemy table blueprint. Variables, functions, event graphs. Add in functionality for switching between stations on alchemy table. Organize content browser. It's in desperate need of organization too. We could at least write I should at least write the 3 sections on the GDD of the alchemy system, the open world, and the NPCs, just because those are our core. Oh, you know what? Even before that, we should add the pillars to that and the gameplay loop. Let's just put that there because that's going to take some time, and that's going to be like the core of what we want to make here. But, you know, this was a proof of concept, right? Does this idea hold any weight? And I think it does. This is pretty enjoyable to me. Maybe I can make a build of this and get this out to you guys, or we can wait until I have this entire like system where you can pull ingredients down and process them, even if it's just like even if it's instant. Add a bunch of ingredients and see what potions you guys are able to make from that. And if you enjoy the movements and the flow of all of it. And then I can make a public build for everybody. Okay, what else do we need to do? Not open Spotify. That's not what we want to do. Potion in mode, effect flavor. We won't have discovery yet. Organize content browser. First thing I want to do, I think, is create the ingredient cabinet functionality. I don't have any idea what this is going to look like yet, but we can think about that. But really what we needed to do is to browse all of our ingredients. Browse all of our ingredients. Pull ingredients down to place on alchemy or processing station. Sorry, guys. I get that a lot when I eat things. I don't know why. While we have some antacid to help. We need functionality for ingredients to go back into cabinet. And I'm thinking this is like, if you're here or on the processing station or anywhere where there are ingredients on this table, you can like press a button to send it back to the shelf. That way you don't have to like drag it over there, or I don't know, some way to quickly add it back, because it's like, oh, I don't need this actually. This is bad. And you can switch back and like, this ingredient would be better. Click, place, place on thing, and then you have it here. And it's like, okay, let's pull it in, see what it does. How does it affect the potion? Maybe I should process it first. Okay, so because it's not processed, like this lavender, send it over to the processing station. And you're like, okay, let me do this and this and this to it. Send it back here, and boom, potion. That's the way I see it. We can iterate it on. We can iterate onto it later, but I think that would be good for the prototype. Processing station. Quick and instant ways to change all normal ingredients into other states. The like substations, or like the mortar and pestle, like we need something that feels natural. Like if you can pick up the ingredient and put it onto the cooker or into the mortar and pestle, or like you drag it and then can release it onto this, right? And then it adds it to that station. To me, that would be an optimal way to do it. Same way as this, like drag and drop, but when you drop, instead of it just falling as a physics object, if you're hovering over something where it can be processed, it puts it into that processor. And then, takes maybe a couple seconds or something, has some visual effects, and then you can pull it back out, or it puts it back on the table or something. Remember, we don't need it too fancy because this is just a prototype. And everything we make in this prototype will be used as a reference for our vertical slice, but will not actually be used in the vertical slice. Meaning we don't build off of this project. We build an entirely new project and create the game from that. And this is used as a reference so that we aren't tempted to build on top of really shitty foundations in our code and things like that. This is about speed and efficiency and feeling of gameplay. D&D stuff done. You. Lucky you. Nobody wants me to play D&D with them. I don't even know if I have time to play D&D, so it's probably for my own benefit. I need to stabilize my life and work. Once this is kind of up and going on its own, or we have some other people working on this project, I'd be able to take some things off my hands. But I also have to run the business end of things too, so. Yeah, this sounds good. Okay, so substations can have ingredients dragged onto them, which inserts the ingredient into them, processes it, maybe with some VFX if easy, and then spits the ingredient back out onto the table. That's what I'm thinking. I think just in general, we need functionality to Need functionality for ingredients to be sent between stations. Yeah, no worries. No worries. That's how my brain is too, usually. Now, remember, on Wednesday, we're going to be playing some RuneScape, actually. Probably, I don't know how many of you are probably interested in that. Probably not many. But that's just once in a while. I'm really excited for it, so I'd like to play it. And if I don't know if I can bring some people from the RuneScape community onto our into our community. You know, I'm trying to bring people from different. We don't just appeal to game devs here, right? We appeal to gamers too because we want to teach players about how this looks and to include them in the process of making this game. So if I can play some games once in a while to bring people into this community, I think that's a cool thing to do. So Wednesday we're gonna be playing and probably all throughout the whole week because I'm a fucking addict with certain games. But we can also just play we can do the same thing we did with Talos Principle near the end here and just play that for a few hours and then do dev stuff for a few hours, and that way we can kind of break up the monotony, right? Don't want to destroy the brain entirely. Speaking of which, I would like to get back to Talos Principle sometime. I want to finish that. I have a lot of fun with that. It'd be cool too. And it's old school RuneScape. I don't know if that makes a difference. As I know, some people don't like the new one. Some people only like the new one, don't like the old one. But it's a pretty cool league mechanic, so it's going to be pretty fun to watch certain aspects of that. But yeah. Dude, same. Same. They have a new league coming out this Wednesday, so it's a really good time to jump in because there's so much new stuff, but also XP rates are increased massively, and there's special mechanics, so you're locked to certain regions of the game, and as you play, you unlock. Don't enjoy League anymore? Oh, I hate League of Legends. I can't play League of Legends, and I'm just not gonna do WoW. I'm not gonna even start. But if you're interested in ever trying OSRS again, the Trailblazer Reloaded League is coming out on Wednesday with some really broken stuff. I mean, if you've played old school a little bit, you would know that some of the stuff they've teased here has just been absurd. Well, I'll read the one that they showcased yesterday. All item shops with coins as currency are free. You can buy anything from the shops for free. And the items are automatically noted. Or even like this some of the starter stuff. Resources gathered from fishing, woodcutting, and mining are multiplied by 2. All resources gathered by this relic are sent directly to your bank. Insane stuff. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for this league. It should be just crazy amounts of fun and ridiculousness. Or you can turn all of magic, melee, or ranged weapons into essentially 2-tick weaponry. So same speed as like the toxic blowpipe. Insane. This one even boosts magic accuracy by 175% as well. I don't know. It's insane. It's insane. Insane stuff. I'm pretty excited for it, so we're gonna be playing that for a while. But there might be some AFK stuff that I can put on the side while we're developing, so that way we can kind of make sure that we're not losing out entirely. I don't know how anybody can play League. I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad, and then I just get angry and salty and like, no. Need to go back to my mind palace of not so angry games. Turn this. Well, actually, this is what I'm doing over here. Look, this is what I'm do. This is what I've been doing on my other monitor. I'm just AFKing some amethyst on the side. Feels like I need the mining XP, right? It's like I might as well just do it while I'm working. I don't have to click too often. Just grab some more amethyst. Because my mining is level 93 right now. Yeah, this is me at work. This is true. Hey, I need that 99 mining, okay? Look, it takes so long to get 99 mining, but I'm doing it, and it's going to be profitable. We're going to make a lot of money this way. That's what I'm doing. Getting some amethyst. Yeah, so I don't want to get like too involved this week with something tomorrow. I might just do. We might spend a bit of tomorrow playing Talos Principle and then organizing the alchemy table blueprint. And that way we can jump into all of this, or most of this, with a really fresh, organized alchemy table, because that's what we're gonna be changing. We're gonna be building this out into 2 new stations, all through the same blueprint. More cameras, more camera locations, more things you can click on. But I'm really, really glad that we overhauled our trace and camera states. These would be huge. Friday, I don't sleep until 4 p.m. I want to do some work on my point and click tomorrow, I think. Do it. Do it. Don't let your dreams be memes, okay? Just do it. Nobody is going to build your game except you. And the only way that you can achieve your dreams is by following them. That's what I believe. That's why we started Microraptor. You know, it's like, this is our dream. Nobody's going to tell us how to do it or that we can't do it. We have a dream of this company that we want to build, and we're doing it. How much of the asset modeling are you planning on doing yourself, and how much are you planning on using stuff from the marketplace? For first playable and for prototyping, for first playable, and on our way towards vertical slice, we will be using placeholder stuff and anything we can get in the marketplace, right? But for me to consider our vertical slice complete, I want to have 100% fresh assets visually. 100%, all of it. It's a lot to ask for, but you know, we just slowly replace things one by one. Everything placeholder one by one. Yeah, me too. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using it. And there are a lot of games where you can utilize some of like these like systemic elements, right? You can pull in plugins for that. And the best developers do that, absolutely. But the best developers also are like, we can make this on our own, and we should, because it's unique and it exists in our world and we can do whatever we want with it. But if it's a plugin to, I don't know, make something like of the development easier, just use a plugin for that. I don't know, like I need to give an example, right? Like I can just pull up an example on the marketplace. A lot of like the free stuff is a good example. Like Easter, like these packs, these are great to use as placeholders, not to consider vertical slice complete. However, these... I don't know, like some of these systemic parts. Like these plugins, right? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. From a viewer perspective, I think being able to see more of you making your own stuff instead of just having the assets from the marketplace is more educational. The thing is, I don't think I can... I'm not good at modeling. I'm not good at texturing. I will probably have to find somebody who can do that. Somebody experienced, who understands that they're not going to be paid for their time yet because we can't pay. But if they want to, come in from the ground up, dedicate a little bit of their free time here and there when they can to making and slowly replacing these 3D assets, when we actually have something, we can do it. Like, you believe it would be so hard? I don't know. We need some standardization of the expectations here. From a modeling point of view, the meshes aren't too bad, but the artistry of the textures, absolutely. Shaders, I agree. It's gonna be a shadering thing. I have some people I could pull on, and I could pay to help with it. But we need to go one by one. We need to clearly label this asset is placeholder. This material, this shader is placeholder. And I will not say that we're past our verticals, that we've reached our vertical slice milestone until everything that has been labeled placeholder is no longer placeholder. Character designs will be the toughest, but I only want one NPC character for the vertical slice. We only need one NPC with a couple different, branches and things that we do. We could probably use animations from. It depends on how our skeletons are rigged and how this person looks, but we can probably use animations from the store. But I might mocap. If I can cheaply mocap, I'll just do it. I can rent out like a small basement area for a month, get all my shit moved in, and then just record some mocap. There's really cheap mocap, both for facial and for body. It's really cheap nowadays. And I can always take, the really rough result and send it to somebody to clean it up. That's really what I want to do, right? Is because I can't do everything needed for the vertical slice alone. I can do some aspects of it. Don't worry, Fraser. This is gonna take a long time to develop. That I'm sure that there's ways that other people can help, even if you can't now. Yeah, Cusper, we'll be able to take care of all that. It's just some things will cost money, some things won't. Some things we can do ourselves. Some things we'll have to call on people on. We'll just have to take it, like I've been saying, one asset at a time, one system at a time. We'll create a very clear vision of what our vertical slice looks like. We will white box it out. We'll put placeholders for everything that we will need filled out. And then we'll just slowly start to see how much will one model cost, how much will this one material cost. And we'll just pay for it until it's done. Like, we're gonna have to get through that, but the better we do with that vertical slice, the more that we can actually make and ensure is up to our standards and the way that we envision it, the better it's going to look for the publishers or the investors. And we can easily ask for the funding we need to actually fill out the rest of it. And once we get that funding, we can then actually hire people full time, and we don't have to, bribe them with, hey, if you have free time this weekend, can you make me this one shader, please? It's just this first phase, getting to vertical slice, is going to be really, really tough. But if it's fun and it looks good, we can do a lot with it. We can make trailers with it. We can, throw it up on Kickstarter, on Steam Early Access. We can take it to Epic for funding with mega grants. There's a lot we can do. Do we use this? What is this? New widget blueprint. Where is this? We don't use that. The issue with a lot of like solo devs is that number one, they build something without sharing it. Dangerous. And then by the time they have something playable, they have nobody to share it with, and they have nobody wanting to play it. Number two, they're developing in this oftentimes in a vacuum, and they don't really realize their game is like not marketable, or they haven't thought about that because they've just been creating what's fun or artistic, which is great, but not everything that's artistic is actually fun. I would say number three, they don't have an audience, and they haven't thought about who they're going to take it to funding. And when they're like, oh, I can pitch this. Yeah, but you don't have any, we haven't tested the market. You don't have any community built around this. Or they advertise they just advertise on Facebook or like Twitter, because that's where they think that's if they can get some likes from some bots, that's going to make them look good. Yeah, but these aren't guaranteed views. And I would argue that on Facebook clicks and Twitter likes are really, I'm sorry, I would just say that these are really bad ways to convert people to purchasing. It's all about conversion, right? And I don't think that, depending on the game, of course, it depends on the game, I think that there are some genres or types of games that just have a near 0% conversion rating on certain social media platforms. And, number four, and this happens a lot with bigger studios, is they build upon bad foundations. And we've got experience with that. I've got experience working on games like that, where they make a demo, but it isn't a vertical slice. It's just, they built like one level, but it doesn't actually showcase what the game is, because they didn't think about building it. They've just kind of built outwards, but didn't have a structure or a goal in place of what they wanted to build towards. So they just have this collection of prototypes that they call their demo, but it's not really a demo, but it's not a vertical slice. So it's like, hey, play my weird game, but then it's not really a representation of what everything is in the game, so it's not and it's like you really do only get that first impression sometimes. So I think if you want to bring, it's like proof of concept. Yeah, exactly. It is. This is a proof of concept, what we built here. And it's barely even so, because it's just of one system, it's of one mini game. It's a proof of concept that we can make this system, we know what we're doing, right? But we also understand more from this what some of the requirements technically are going to be, and some of the challenges, right? This is not what I would take to a publisher or to investors or to gamers and ask them, do you like this game? It's nothing yet. Even when we add in these other stations, it's nothing yet. We call it a vertical slice because it is a slice of cake that gives you every taste that that cake has, it's just a small portion of the cake. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And some, there are a lot of exceptionally good games that have been built that way. It's just a really rough, bare bones prototype with a bunch of white boxes and shit, just to see, is this thing that I think is fun is actually fun. Yes, exactly. If the alchemy of Cauldron Chronicles is not fun, we do not have a fun alchemy game. We have a potentially fun rest of the game with a not very fun alchemy system, which is not good. If we cannot get past this, if we cannot make this fun and enjoyable, we have no point going further. This is exactly a proof of concept. We're proving whether the concept is fun. Yes, exactly. I agree. And it's really, a question of, can we salvage it? Can we change it? And if both of those are just an unfortunate no, you have to accept that the last month or two of work needs to go down the drain. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Yep. Fail fast. I don't need 3D models. They enhance the experience of these ingredients. They don't define the experience. Sometimes visuals do define the experience, but I would say more often they do not define the experience. They just enhance the experience greatly. Of course, you can have like walking simulator type games, right? In that case, the visuals, the sounds, those are the defining qualities. Can you make this game really beautiful, relaxing, and immersive, right? Or like a horror game? Because a lot of horror games are just, a lot of portions are just walking simulators, which is fine. I'm not saying walking simulators are bad, of course. I like a lot of those types of games. It just depends, are you achieving the emotions you need? And walking is not creating that emotion. It's the senses that are being stimulated during the walking. That's true. You can just have a Blender scene, anything rendered to show off the art and the sound that you want. But you can make the trailer from that, right? The rest of it's just triggers and, walking mechanics or interaction mechanics. Yeah, I agree. I think, I think you hit the nail on the head with that. Just the proof of concept depends on the genre. Some genres you need to make the systems like this. This is a very system-driven game, and certainly a very system. Well, it's a mini game kind of driven game in this way. We need to prove it. We need to allow the players to try their hand at interacting with it. Walking sim usually don't count on good graphic to be successful. That's true. I think story is important, yeah. But good graphics can absolutely just take it to the next level, like the Vanishing of Ethan Carter or something, which still looks really pretty. They made a VR. Ooh, they made a VR version of that. God, that's a very pretty game. That's smart of them too to do VR. But that's one of the things we're gonna do as well. Is like I was explaining that I think while you were busy. Everything in our in our prototype here, in our first playable, we do not build upon it. We take it to, we make an entirely new project, and we use this as a reference. All the blueprints, we take that as one reference, the GDD, and we start completely fresh, building a proper code base, with better understanding because of these prototypes of what base functions or classes are needed in order to reach the heights and the goals that we have. Because otherwise we'd have to refactor a whole ton of stuff constantly through this, and it's really frustrating. But if we can build a completely fresh project from our prototypes in GDD, we can spend a lot less time in the long run, even though we spend more time in the short term building a new project, by actually having a solid foundation of workable, usable code. What is it? You spend, it was the 10% rule, right? With coding. Like 90% of your time early on is going to be spent, or 90% of your time is spent building 10% of the code. But because of that, the rest of the 10% of the code is just, yeah, you want this functionality? Perfect. We can add it. We can build it in this way. Because we have super stable foundational code. I think that was the rule, right? Something like that. Yeah, less code spaghetti. Yeah. Because a lot of this is shit. But a coder can look at this if it's organized properly, commented properly, and with documentation can look at it and say, okay, you're trying to achieve this. You did it in this way. I think we could do it in another way, or you achieved it this way. I think this is a good way to do it, but we can trim it up this way, this way, this way. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And then, coupled onto it, because I know that some people were questioning us on this zero bug policy that we have, which is a really bad name for a really good policy, where there was a really good, it was, in terms of priority, we prioritize critical bugs first. Second one, we prioritize our finishing things that are already in task. Third, we prioritize non-critical bugs. And the fourth one is new features. So everything else comes before new features. We implement new thing, we fix new thing, then we move on. It might be the 80-20, something like that. I didn't know if it was 90-10 or 80-20, but yeah. First 80% of your job takes 20% of your time to make it adequate, and the remaining 20%, yeah, something like that. The proof of concept to get results. Like, this is fun mechanic that can be core game and make new projects using the mechanic, but with better implementation. Yeah. Pareto principle. Okay, I didn't know it had the name. Actually, I think I did. I just forgot. I don't remember. Yeah, it's like, if we can make this interesting alchemy game, or this interesting combination of effects, we could do anything. It doesn't have to be Cauldron Chronicle. I know I say that. I don't want people to think that we're not doing Cauldron Chronicles. What I mean to say is that you can take one fun mechanic and build multiple games around it. This could be an alchemy game set in a steampunk universe with some like weird corruption thing. It can be set in a modern world with combining shit. Like, as long as the core functional aspect of this game or of this mechanic is enjoyable, if the other things we build around it are not, we can modify that. Think of how many different types of games you can make from a fun shooting and movement mechanic. You can make a roguelike shooter like Gunfire Reborn. You can make a zombie game. You can make a multiplayer game. These can overlap, of course, right? You can make a a shooting gallery type, like a carnival type thing. There's so many things. Alchemist becomes barista for hipsters. Absolutely. That's why, you know, a lot of the best games you see, they start just by building a really fun mechanic that they thought would be enjoyable, and then building out the game around that. So that's why I'm just focusing on like the 3 things that I think matter the most to our game, and 3 things that I think can also be utilized in other projects of ours. Like a really immersive, interesting NPC conversation system, right? Like a dialogue system. That's something we can use in future games, no problem. It's even something we could make a core of another game, like a detective game or something. Which we do want to make at Microraptor, actually. Want to make a detective game. We can just take these and move them between projects and iterate on them over time. Which is, you know, it just saves time. It's just your first game, making all these proper tools and foundations. It takes a lot of work, and a lot of developers don't want to do that, especially new developers, like new studios, because they have, okay, new studio, we have limited funding, we need to make first game. Yeah, but now you're not making any tools that are workable in the future. You're not making any systems that you can quickly pull out and are kind of modular. But spend a little time, spend an extra year, build the tools properly, build your foundation properly, so that when you go into the next game, you have certain things that you can just instantly implement. Add to maybe ingredients can rot if not stored, used within a set period. Your block of stinky cheese on the shelf for a month grows legs walk up. We'll add that to maybe. Ingredients going bad over time, but maybe bad is good. I am a very good bad boy, that's for sure. Oh, one thing I'd also like to do is find an educational day. Can you guys give me 1 second to log into my Gmail account on here? I changed passwords because of that that Twitter scare, but I think that we were right about all of that. I think they were hijacking a third-party integration. Not loading. Oh, I think my phone ran out of. No, I think my phone ran out of data. Fuck, and I can't connect to the Wi-Fi here. Okay, I'll adjust the calendar tomorrow then or something. God damn it. Dude, the last week I've been like, I gotta make sure that I re-up that. Cause I'm on a monthly, I just pay monthly, right? But then of course if I don't have access to data, I can't reload it. Fuck, do they have instructions on how to like get on the Wi-Fi? How to make it work? Hold on, I got my agreement here. Let me try to do it. I really should do it. Available network. This one. have this really weird method. They have this EAP Wi-Fi method. I've never had to use this. I have no idea how to like, and you have to like insert an identity and a password, which I've done, but then it like doesn't work because it needs a domain. Like, I don't know what the fuck my domain is. Phase 2 authentication. Like, how do I log into this? Wi-Fi meaning extensible authentication protocol. Yeah, I don't even know how to use it, dude. I can't connect until I enter a domain, but I don't know what the fuck domain is. Hey man, I don't know shit about this protocol. Fucking weird. Whatever. Damn it. Really need that though. God, dude, they're blasting heat in this room. Stop. I'm dying. Like come in here naked or something. I have to turn my camera off and just strip. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I'm gonna call it a little bit early. I gotta go to the store anyway. I can't really get into anything new right now, so. We've got a lot of great ideas. We've got a lot of great ideas. I think we've figured out at least a starting point for the effect and flavor discovery. Something we can actually just build off of. Let me top up my number. Mobile. I like the slime idea. I think this is really good. Especially because of our market. I think that everybody likes a cute slime, I think. Especially with like the Ghibli aesthetic, right? This is great. This is great. Slime, when eating, does cute faces and effects. That shit's top notch. Top notch idea. Narrative. Yeah, I think we like the idea generally of the relative kind of thing. It gives you some reason why you're in charge of it and you're young and you don't know much. But also there's so many different ways we can use that parent idea too. Yeah, there's some good stuff that we got today. Oh, wonderful. Save all that information. Thank you. Nope, don't save my NFTs. All right, guys. I just called a little bit early, but I think we managed a lot. Oh, Easter eggs. I don't often smell scams so quickly, but the NFT stuff, dude, I was on point with that. I mean, me and like I think all my friends were, right? We sniffed that shit out. It just didn't make sense. Like, I didn't know if I was dumb or it was purposefully obfuscated. But people were trying to explain this NFT stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't get it. Like, you're buying this, you're not buying this picture, because it, like, I don't get it. You can't enforce it. It's not like you own it. You're not the owner of it. So I don't understand. And I think it taught me a lesson. Like, if you can't understand it, if you're decently intelligent and you can't understand something like that, even after people explain it to you, you're either really stupid or it's purposefully like that. Just didn't make sense. All right, though. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Did a lot of talking today. I'm gonna throw this up on YouTube though, and head out for the day. And tomorrow we will do. What will we do? Oh, we'll organize the blueprint and probably play some Talos if we have time. I think that'd be fun. Apparently there was a gallery near here that displayed a bunch of their NFTs when they first started out and wanted to take me to check them out, like a regular art gallery. Declined and said I feel the same way about NFTs that I did about cryptocurrency. I still have a huge reservation about cryptocurrency. Like, I don't get the whole, you mine for it by scrapping data, find them, who put them there, why are people setting up thousands of devices custom. It's because there's money involved that isn't regulated. That's why. And a lot of people want to do money things that aren't regulated. Which is why NFTs sold for so much money. I don't remember who said it was about banking, right? It was like to do really complex things at bank, which, I mean, it makes sense, right? It's not regulated by the banks, but for some reason it started out by doing things for banks. That's not a little sus or anything. But it was like to handle like really complex. I could be wrong, by the way. I'm just stating what I think it was the case. It was to handle like really complex like formulas and shit, and they would get more and more complex. I don't know. It really does just like, okay, but so you mine these blocks. But these blocks weren't there. So these are just the representation of blocks. And you earn a coin. So in my opinion, it's that some I think it was like, if it has to do with banking, right? Maybe they did it as a way to save money, so you can do a lot of the shit that they need for it. Because GPUs are powerful, they do a lot of computational stuff. And they pay you for some of this through cryptocurrency, which isn't regulated. You get to make money for your computer doing stuff while it's offline. Or, you know, while you're not utilizing its power. Somebody's making a lot of money from it. Somebody is making a lot of money from the world combining their GPU power to do something for them. Hell, I would even buy into the conspiracy that the government uses it to help with some espionage stuff. Like turning essentially the world's GPUs into some sort of, shit to process data. And they reward you with your time with these currencies that they then just use to launder their own dirty money around the world. I mean, that's the thing about the world, right? If you're getting paid, somebody's getting paid more. You can't escape that. No matter what system of government you're in, there's always going to be someone greedy who's making money off people who are trying to do things the right way. Yeah. Dude, I really gotta use like lotion on my hands or something. Bad. Okay. I'm gonna get going. Hopefully it's not raining. I wouldn't know because I can't access Wi-Fi. Really, there's nobody around who can hotspot me. I don't know, I'll figure it out. Maybe the cafe downstairs has some free Wi-Fi or some shit. Alright, I'm gonna get going, guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow. If you are new here and you're not following, please consider giving us a follow. We are almost to affiliate, and your follow could matter. Also, you can join our Discord, where we came up partly cloudy. I hope so. You can join our Discord, where we have more information about the game, and you can talk with us directly and other players. It's not just a Microraptor Discord, it is more of a general Discord, but built on the back of Microraptor. So talk about anything there. And you can also check our YouTube for the VODs for all our videos, if you are missing something or want to catch up. And also give a check on our Twitter, because that's where we post updates about new streams and also updates about like how our game's turning out. So I do some videos there. Tune in for Rosman's Cheeky Banter. You absolutely can. We are not strict on our Discord. We don't give a shit. Just don't cause problems, don't harass people, and you can do whatever you want. Edgy memes, I like them. Not too edgy. I don't want to get in trouble from Discord, please. But thank you so much for following me. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and then especially on Wednesday we have some fun gaming with old school RuneScape. So hope to see you there too. Take care, guys. Peace.